Hello and welcome one and all to Cricket 360 TV. This is the Doctors versus Lawyers Invitational right here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the Sports and Physical Education Centre at UWI St. Augustine campus. And I am Gerard Basso. I'm going to be keeping you company for the next 30 overs alongside me, Kadir Mohammed. And we've already gotten on the way. The toss was won by the Doctors, who have chosen to bat first. And we've already had two deliveries bowled by Krishna Jaglal of the Titan Advocates, who are the Lawyers team in this encounter today. So two deliveries in, and we have one run already to the score. Here's the first appeal of the match. Really a straightish line there by Jaglal. Possibly just with that hint of swing, probably going down the leg side. And of course, taking a strike for the Doctors team is Akram Khan and Amrit Ramratan. Nice forward defensive shot there by Ramratan, who's now on strike. And this one a foolish delivery here by Jaglal. Of course, this is the first of these invitationals between the Titan Advocates, who are lawyers in their own right, and not just bragging rights on the cards today. There's another appeal for leg before. This one possibly a lot closer than the other one earlier in the over. This delivery, though, from Jaglal a lot shorter than the first appeal. But umpire is unmoved. Of course, your standing umpires today for this invitational, Avinash Narain and Sean Wilson. No relation to international umpire Joel Wilson, who many of you who follow cricket would be familiar with the name Joel Wilson. Has stood in many ICC tournaments. Of course, umpire Wilson is the one standing with his back to us and now walking away to square leg. And Avinash Narain will be standing at the southern end as the first over comes to a conclusion, and the Doctors who've taken strike first won or without loss. Again, the first of these encounters here, the first of its kind, this invitational match between the Lawyers and Doctors. The Lawyers are represented, of course, by Team Titans, the Titan Advocates as they call themselves, which is another team that the Lawyers do have, because they also have the TNT Lawyers Cricket Association, who have a team as well. So a lot of cricketers in the law fraternity. And say welcome and good morning to all the lawyers who would be tuning in from far and wide. Any justices and magistrates tuning in. Here's one started on a good length and just on and outside that off stump line. And taking up the attack from the southern end is Narendra Lachman. And of course, a nice, bright, hot and sunny day in the east of Trinidad. As Lachman again just outside that off stump, shorter on this occasion. Yes, a nice looking drive, and stopped there in the covers. And of course, with a game and a match as this one, an invitational match, it takes a little while to get accustomed to all the various players who are in their own right cricketers, Of course, not many of them would be top flight national or international players, but players nonetheless. The number 21 there, Mr. Stefan Ramkisoon, whose dad is involved with Clark Road, I was told. The Ramkisoon name very familiar in and around the local cricketing fraternity. Just to remind you, as you see on your screen there, the toss was won by the Doctors and they opted to bat first in this 30-over side encounter. Here's Lachman again, just wide outside that off stump and having a little swing at it and not making any contact. So we've already had 3 appeals in this one, and Akram Khan, Dr. Akram Khan taking strike, and this time taking a step or two down to the pitch of the delivery. Still not quite there, and of course Akram Khan just not there to that delivery and just punching it forward defensively into the cover region, and at the end of 2 overs it's still 1 without loss. The Doctors are taking strike first. 2 without loss, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Cricket 360 on Facebook. Yeah, Cricket 360 on Facebook. Yeah, di link up.
Come on, I usually get in. So into the 3rd over here, and this Doctors versus Lawyers Invitational. Krishna Jaglal continues on another appeal. I make that 4 appeals already in the game, and he's actually bowled him through the defenses, and just blocked there. The vision of the stumps blocked by our angle here by the batter as he came forward. So in the 3rd over, the Lawyers, Titan Advocates, the Lawyers team have their first breakthrough. And Ramratan, Dr. Ramratan has to go back to the pavilion, bowled by one Krishna Jaglal. So in any form of cricket, an early breakthrough is always welcomed. And the Titan Advocates, the Lawyers team, definitely have gotten up and ahead in this one. Wicket was bowled. It does 2 for 1. So incoming batter, Dr. Chan Budu. Actually just told it's pronounced Budu. Jaglal continues and hitting some good lengths here is Mr. Jaglal, Krishna Jaglal. And, of course, being a left arm bowler coming over the wicket, and with that generous cross breeze that you get here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, just a hint of swing as you see on this occasion, but this one a little too full, and Dr. Bedo is able to punch away into the cover region just past the cover fielder, and he's picked up 1 run, so he's off the mark. How much did they get? 1 or 2? They get 2. 1. Here. As we see here, continuing to get a bit of shape is Krishna Jaglal, and that left arm bowler's a natural swing that they tend to get, aided and abetted by a gentle cross breeze that's visited us here at the Spec facility. He's one a lot fuller this time and punched away, and a chance at the stumps, but luckily for Dr. Khan, he's gotten back. Akash Khan, he's gotten into the non-strikers end safely. As I say hello and welcome, good morning to Mr. Kadir Mohammed, Mary Boy's player. Kadir Mohammed.
Very good morning to you, Baso, and good morning, viewers. Yeah, a bit of a historic game here. The Doctors v Lawyers. And Krishna Jaglal completing another good over. At the end of 3 overs, it's Doctors 3 for 1. And Gerard, a very, very nice sunny day for cricket. Sun out in all its glory, all of 31 degrees. It's a really hot, humid day. Lovely day for cricket.
Feels a lot hotter than 31 degrees, I can tell you that. And we are sitting here under the broadcast tent at the northern end of the ground, and it definitely feels like about 35, 36 degrees. As we go into the 4th over, this one down the leg side and signaled wide by umpire Narain.
By Avinash Narain and his partner at square leg, Mr. Sean Wilson.
Continuing is Narendra Lachman from that southern end, the pavilion end here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Cricket Ground at the Sports and Physical Education Centre.
You can see the Lawyers really up for this one. Of course, lawyers by profession, most of them. And cricket just being a part-timer, but the sheer love for the game, which would have brought about this particular contest. Really nice to see, that passion and that love, and coming out and having a nice cricket game.
And I had the opportunity a couple of months ago, Kadir, and I'll come back to it after this delivery from Lachman. This one on a good length again, and just a forward defensive shot. He looks a good compact player, does Dr. Khan. So I was telling you, I had the opportunity a couple months ago at the National Cricket Centre, an invitational match between the North Doctors and the South Doctors. Another forward defensive shot here by Khan. I can tell you that the passion for the game, even as you speak about the Lawyers, the passion for the game in and amongst the Doctors, and being a cricketer yourself, you would know that there have been even high-profile cricketers like Tishan Miraj, who's played national cricket for Trinidad and Tobago at age group and senior level, who's now in the medical profession. There's one turned away to leg by Akash Khan, and they pick up 1. So another one added to the total, and you would know some of these players that you probably would have played against some of them at club level. And
yeah, definitely your love for the game just overflows And of course, being a professional that they are, not much time would be afforded to cricket and training and so on. But very, very passionate. That's what you're going to get. Commitment. Another over comes to an end from Lakshman. So at the end of 4 overs, Doctors winning the toss and choosing to bat first have progressed to 4 for 1. Of course, this being a 30 over affair, first 10 overs being power play overs. And it looks as though Jaglal is going to continue here from the northern end.
You've gotten your cardinal points right today, Kadir, on the money.
Yeah.
We're calling a couple of the CWI Rising Stars games with you earlier in the week, and the cardinal points giving you a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I've done my homework. Jaglal with another good delivery. Jaglal has been really good so far. He's getting that ball to just shape in, and you would notice that it's a red ball and that they're using. It's not a white ball as we have grown accustomed to in limited over cricket.
And he's definitely been on a spot. His line and length has definitely been in and around that middle to leg line, just shaping back into the batters and touching down on a good length, and on occasion pitching a bit fuller.
And again, he's right there or thereabouts, asking a lot of questions. Jaglal.
On this occasion, choosing to go to that off-stump line, drawing that really proficient forward defensive stroke from Akash Khan.
Again, another solid looking forward defensive shot.
Akram Khan, I beg your pardon. He has the initials AK on his
Azam Khan. When you think about AK in modern day cricket. Relatively sedate start by the Doctors, and tight bowling by the Lawyers, who of course lost the toss and had to bowl first. Again, goes past the edge. Another good delivery.
And Jaglal here just keeping on a good line, good length. Of course, this Doctors versus Lawyers Invitational, and sticking to that consistent line and length is Jaglal, and being rewarded for it is Krishna Jaglal, picking up the second wicket here for the Lawyers. Delivery straightish in line, just shaping back into the batter, and even the forward defensive shot, the steady forward defensive shots of Akram Khan, I beg your pardon, could not keep that one out. Struck on the pad, and umpire Sean Wilson, raises his finger, and the second wicket down at the end of 5. The Doctors are 4 now for the loss of 2 wickets. So into the 6th over we go, and the Doctors here in a spot of bother at 4 for 2. Incoming batter, who's at the non-strikers end, because that wicket would have fallen at the end of the 5th over, is the skipper Ravi Rupnarine, who you can see just out of your picture there doing his stretches and warm-up. And here's one by Bodo. Just flicked away to the leg side, and an easy single there for the Doctors as they continue to tick the strike over. And it's going to be important for them in a 30 over affair, possibly looking at getting to 150 significantly, a significant score of 150, which you think would be very competitive on a wicket that's really and truly been used. This wicket, this pitch, I beg your pardon, that they're using has been used a couple of times during the week during the CWI Rising Stars Under 19 Women's Championship. And speaking of that championship, as Lachman continues, this one a straightish in line, just a little bit down the leg side, full in length, and Ravi Rupnarine just punches to that short mid-wicket fielder. And speaking of that CWI Rising Stars Championship, good morning and congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago Under 19 women, who are the champions, the regional champions at under 19 level. And of course a special good morning and a safe journey to all the teams heading back home during the course of today. And congratulations to all of them, especially the Windward Islands, who have come quite a long way in terms of their development.
Yeah, most definitely. We've seen a lot of development on show and turned into the square leg region. Captain Ravi Rupnarine coming out here, a crucial number 4 for his team. Doctors placed here at 5 for 2. There's a slip in play, looking for that outside edge. Fielders a slip, a backward point, extra cover, a cover, mid off, mid on, a mid wicket, and a man at square leg. There's a third man in place as well.
Lachman here just sticking to just outside that off stump, and having a wild swing at it was skipper Rupnarine, and he's unable to make contact, and that brings us to the end of the 6th over. At the end of a 6, the Doctors really stalled here by the Titan Advocates and the Lawyers team. That is the Titan Advocates, and 5 for the loss of 2 wickets are the Doctors. And of course this invitational with bragging rights and the trophy on the line. Of course there is quite a fair amount of cricket being played around the world. Test matches are plenty, one-day internationals, T20 games, T20 internationals, and of course along the way we'll give them some updates of some interesting games and some really exciting games as I look down at some updates here.
Chaglal to continue here for Lawyers, Titans Advocates. Yes, Baso, a lot happening in terms of cricket. Of course, a keenly contested match here at the UE Sporting Facility in Eastern Trinidad.
I'm just looking down here. I'll come back to it. Notification I just got.
Can another good delivery. Just pulling the bat back inside in time.
So news coming to hand, the Australia women back to winning ways, successfully retaining the women's Ashes with that victory today, moving up to 8 points, and they would have won today.
Another good delivery. Jaglal has been excellent for Lawyers. He is operating thereabouts on that good line, good length, getting a bit of shape as well. He must have been practicing for this game. He's looked on point.
Yeah, he hasn't missed his line and length very much, and you can tell when he's pitched outside off stump, that's what he's trying to do. When he's pitched straighter, that's what he's attempting to do. Speaking about wide outside the off stump, pitches this one way too wide outside the off stump, not collected cleanly by the wicket keeper, and they scamper through for a single. So a well needed single to get something added to their score. That's really for the Doctors not going anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, much needed single. Really needs to get going here. The Doctors inside of the power play, so they would know that maximizing this would be key, and he has a chance to do that. But a play and a miss from Rupnarine. And this surface here at the UE Sporting Facility has been really good. You know, it's a relatively new surface. Played host to the back end of that just concluded under 19 women's tournament. As Rupnarine is getting off the mark, just cutting this one down to third man. So at the end of 7, the Doctors 6 for 2.
So the first of its kind, this Doctors versus Lawyers Invitational. The Lawyers represented by Titan Advocates. Of course, the Lawyers have so many of them that play cricket. They are afforded the comfort of having more than one team within the law fraternity. The Titan Advocates on show here today. Of course, there's the Trinidad and Tobago Lawyers Cricket Association, who would have recently won a tournament held at the Fatima College ground by the Fatima College Old Boys Association. This one just having a go is skipper Rupnarine.
Yeah, I know there is that Trinidad and Tobago Lawyers Association team, and one of our very own colleagues, Kishav Bahadur Singh, I know he's been in and around that Lawyers team, and there's Rupnarine getting another single. We've not seen him here.
He did play in that tournament that I mentioned, put on by some of the past students of Fatima College. It was actually a fundraiser a couple months ago to raise funds for various things for the school in particular, because you would know I'm also a Fatima old boy, obviously.
Yeah.
And they do these things from time to time, as this one is punched away into the mid-wicket region by Bodo, and the rationale behind having some of those charity tournaments has really helped in terms of the school having funding to do things within the classroom and outside of the classroom.
Guided away, and getting a quick single here is Ramanathan. Yeah, I know, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a Lawyers World Cup as well. So the Lawyers are really an active bunch, a proactive bunch, if you like. A lot happening within that fraternity, and this game, evidence of that. As we've mentioned earlier, Baso, the passion is definitely there between these teams. At the end of 8 overs, the Doctors are 8 for 2.
So we are fast approaching the end of this first power play. Of course, this Doctors Lawyers Invitational match, a 30 over encounter. And Jaglal continuing from this northern or gymnasium end, and he has not strayed whatsoever in terms of his lines and lengths. The other one, he has chosen to pitch wide outside the off stumper, possibly encouraging the batters there to go after him. But they have not gone after him. But the ones he's pitched on that good line, good length, coming in like this one, a bit shorter on this occasion, but he has been rewarded for it, picking up that wicket earlier in the piece of Ramratan being bowled for just one run.
Yeah, it's actually Chan Bodo who is on strike. He's actually looked to be aggressive. He's looked to score. I'm showing intent. Our graphic says Ramratan. We'd fix that shortly. Again, another good delivery.
So Chan Bodo here on strike. Jaglal bent over at the top of his mark, and we can tell you from being here during the week, the heat here at the Sir Frank Worrell ground is no joke.
Edge and dropped. Keeper just shimmy into his right hand side, puts down an opportunity. Jaglal there finding the edge, and shelling that one was the wicket keeper. So a good over, a good challenging over from Krishna Jaglal comes to an end. And it's immensely hot. It's very humid. I'm sure this is certain whether you have to be hydrated. You're going to have to keep your hydration up.
Yeah, and I find it amazing that the advocates team, the Titans advocates, the lawyers team, they're wearing mostly a black kit. And in this heat, you would think you'd probably be better served to be in white. Of course, speaking of whites, the 3-day, the under 19 boys, they're into the 3-day format phase of the CWI Rising Stars tournament for men. Under 19 men.
Yeah.
Definitely it's been a really hot and humid. Even yesterday during the under 19 women's finals between Trinidad and Tobago and So speaking about a lot of cricket, we have a bowling change at the southern end. Naveen Maharaj taking up the attack from that southern end. And turning the screws are the team the Titan advocates here.
Yeah, really putting on a good performance with ball in hand. Titan advocates.
Already almost
the Doctors to just about 10 for 2. Final over of the power play. Being a 30 over fair power play, being 10 overs. This one is cut away in the gap. It's going to hold up just inside the boundary. And they're just able to come back for 2 runs. So Rupnarayan cutting away nicely. So Ravi Rupnarayan, captain of the Doctors team. This one is a full toss and banged it through mid-on. That is going to be the first boundary here for the Doctors. A full toss and duly put away there by Rupnarain.
And showing some good form here is Rupnarain. Just really clearing the front leg just that ever bit, and standing tall, meeting the ball with the hands. Really good to see some boundaries being hit here at the Sir Frank Worrell ground. Of course, we've had some hot conditions for the last 2 days, so some of the heaviness of the outfield that we would have seen through the CWI tournament is no longer evident. Getting some full value for his shot, skipper Rupnarain.
Again, turning this one leg side and no run on offer. You see wicketkeeper coming up to the stumps, just trying to keep Rupnarain in his crease. Still just a one man beyond the 30-yard circle. He's out sweeping. Another full toss, so drilled straight back at Maharaj. Gets the boot down in time. Another play and a miss. Shortish delivery outside off stump. Good take from the wicket keeper. This one is cut away. There's protection back there, just a single. So Maharaj completes his first over. So at the end of 10 overs, the Doctors have progressed to a 14 for 2. Quite a late start by them.
So into the 11th over, and Jaglal here continuing from the northern end in some really hot and steamy conditions here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the UE St. Augustine campus. And Jaglal, you can see the effects of that heat every time he gets to the top of his mark. But he's been good as he is here, straight in line, and just turned away by Bodo. And down to fine leg, there's no one down there, and in fact the slowness of the outfield just keeps it inside of the boundary rope, and the slowness of the fielder as well, allowing them to come back for 3 runs. So just waiting a bit of some confirmation from our scorers, who are actually a little way away from us, and we will get that score up for you. But in my estimation, the Doctors now getting some momentum as the skipper tries to turn this one. Ravi Rupnarain trying to turn this one away to the leg, getting a leading edge into the offside, playing just that wee bit earlier than the shot would have been required. to get it into that vacant. There's a big gap between the short mid-wicket fielder and the backward square fielder. Jaglal again foolish in length on this occasion, really attacking those stumps. And you can see, as I mentioned, the effects of the heat on Mr. Jaglal, who takes his time to get back to his mark. On this occasion, he's actually shortened his run-up, and Ravi Rupnarayan not all entirely ready on this occasion. Of course, the cross breeze coming from the east and northeast also probably just bringing up some dust into the eyes of skipper Ravi Rupnarayan. As well, the wicketkeeper here coming up to the stumps, because Jaglal has chosen to change from bowling a left arm over medium pace to left arm over off spin. Nice looking shot from Ravi Rupnarayan, but no real timing on the shot, just getting it back to Jaglal. And now we're at the end of the 11th over, and my estimation, and we will get that confirmation from our scorers in a bit. In my estimation, it's 21 for 2, the Doctors. So remember, a 30 over affair here in this encounter. Bragging rights on the table, Doctors versus Lawyers. The Lawyers fraternity represented by one of the teams that they have in their fraternity, the Titan Advocates. And as I mentioned before, the women's Ashes are really getting into that stage where it's almost over. And Australia, by virtue of winning today, Australia women back to winning ways, they would have retained the women's Ashes. As we have a bowling change here from the southern end. I estimate that 21 for 2. That's my estimate. You ain't getting to the score up. Who's the bowler? Ask them who's the bowler. So as I mentioned, the bowling change here at the southern end. It is the skipper himself for the Titan Advocates Lawyers team, Stefan Ramkisoon, who, as I mentioned earlier, his dad in and around the Clark Road setup for a while, and this one just almost sneaking through the defenses there of Ravi Rupnarayan. So skipper to skipper here, the skipper of the Lawyers team versus the skipper of the Doctors team. And a bit of a meeting here between the Doctors at mid-pitch. Bodo, who is on the non-strikers end, and his skipper, Ravi Rupnarayan, possibly just having discussions as to how they want to approach the remaining 19 overs. A good forward defensive shot there on this occasion, but
good bowling from skipper Rupnarayan. Ramkisoon rather. Tight bowling. Another play and a miss. Quicker delivery.
He is quite a tall lad, is Stefan Ramkisoon. So it's going to be interesting, as you would have mentioned, in terms of the pitch and playing conditions, to see if he does extract a little bit more bounce than some of the other bowlers.
Yeah, well equipped. Ramkisoon, captain of course of the Titan Advocates Lawyers team. A lot of bragging rights on offer, as we know, a lot of banter. So Ramkisoon's over comes to an end. So at the end of 12 overs, score has progressed to just about 23 for 2. Really lovely day for cricket continues. Some would say weather for Marcus Beach.
One of the more popular beaches in and around the northern end of Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, if you're from the eastern parts here, you may want to think about Manzanilla or Mearu.
Coconuts. Certainly a brilliantly sunshined evening. Just past the lunchtime hour here in the Republic of Trinidad. New bowler Saklal Singh. They're picking up the attack now from the northern end. Taklal Singh. Rather, I do apologize. Starts with a wayward delivery down the leg side. And signal wide by the umpire. Umpire Sean Wilson, not Joel Wilson.
No relation to our international umpire Joel Wilson. But of course, the Wilson name, one of those popular names here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, Bodo has been there for some time now, and maybe he might be thinking about playing a bit more expansively, a bit more aggressive, trying to get that Doctor's score up to. What do you think is a pass score here, Basso?
This one again, no run added to the score, and I was mentioning to you a little earlier in the piece that possibly they may have come out thinking about a 150 in a 30 over encounter, in and around the 5 runs per over. But seeing how they have started and the shackles that have been placed upon them by the Titan Advocates lawyers team, 150 may be a bit of a stretch. So possibly they may be looking at in and around 100 runs.
This one is going to add 1 to the total. Just turning this one fine leg.
There is a big gap with this. I make it about the second or third time that one has been turned into that fine leg region. On the last occasion, they would have gotten 3 runs because there was no fine leg fielder, and the fielder at backward square, who's standing right next to the umpire, had to make the trek all the way in front of the pavilion to collect just inside the boundary rope.
Yeah, there is long on and long off as well. This one is punched down to long off, and yeah, the field is certainly well spread, and here's where I think Bodo and the Rupnarine could be a bit more expansive, trying to find those gaps. Of course, we're not going to be too harsh on these guys. Bit of a pastime for them.
We can't hold them to the same standard as we would hold international players. And at the end of 13 overs, the Doctors, after being in a real spot of bother at 8 for 2, are now progressing nicely at 25 for 2.
25 for 2 represents a good start here from Lawyers, who lost the toss this morning and had to field first. It's been a splendid effort by them. Some watchful batting by the Doctors.
And of course, as you mentioned, the Titan Advocates and the Doctors.
Yes, some aggression being shown here now by Rupnarine.
Just to run through for you the teams that are on show today. The Titan Advocates Lawyers team, Captain Stefan Ramkisoon, Anil Ram, Rajiv Sochan, Keel Taklal Singh, Narendra Lachman, Gino Maharaj, Naveen Maharaj, Matthew Alahar, Nicholas Mahadio, Krishna Jaglal, Stephen Mawar, Akash Ramrup, and Ijaz Mohammed.
This one is cut away in the gap, should get 2, and they would get that comfortably in the end. So Ramkisoon now, in fact, Rupnarine, he's looking to be a bit more aggressive. He's 7 from 31 deliveries. Bodo is with him, he's 18 from 41. stranglehold here by the Lawyers. Again, looking to guide this one. Rampisoon has been good. Stefan Rampisoon, captain, of course, of the Lawyers team.
And you can tell the evidence of the heat out there, Kadir. They're taking the time getting back to their bowling mark. All the bowlers.
Yeah, I tell you what, the hydration levels are going to be very crucial here. And of course, we've had some sort of indifferent weather in the past weeks, in the past days. So we can't count ourselves lucky to have a sort of brilliant sunshine. As the under 14 overs comes to an end, the Doctors 27 for 2.
And mentioning the Doctors who are 27 for 2, let me just run through that team for you. Ravi Rupnarayan, who is in the middle, their skipper. Avide Shapande, Chan Bodo, who is also out in the middle with his skipper. Avinash Gopal, Amrita Ramratan, who's already been out. Varuna Brijlal, Darian Dukran, Rajiv Parasram, Anton Julian, Akram Khan, who's also been dismissed, the second wicket, and Sean Lynch, the Doctors team on show today. And as Kadir mentioned, we can't hold them to too much of an exceptional standard as we would the international players.
Taken on the pad, but definitely heading down leg side. We're not going to be too harsh on them. We just
So Taklal Singh continues here from the northern end.
Full delivery driven in the air, just over the head of Rampisoon at cover. And Bodo the heat's certainly getting to Bodo. That should have been 2. Just settling on 1.
His skipper Rajiv Rupnarayan was keen to get back for the second, but you can see there as Bodo touched out at the Dodge Strikers end, he basically planted the bat and planted his feet, almost to say, I've had enough of that run. But looking here, Kadir, as this one is turned away into the gully region, a backward of point by Ravi Rupnarayan, the skipper. He does look a good compact player, and we've seen some shots here from Rupnarayan, the skipper. That tells you he's been playing cricket. This one is thrown down the leg side by Taklal Singh. And,
excellent take there by the wicket keeper. Had to move a long way. Did so quite competently. Flight to delivery and down the track, and it's going to get a single, a bit of a misfield there at short cover. But you can see now that they've decided that they want to get a move on.
Yeah, he's looked as Rupnarayan the more aggressive of the two batters, and the one who's looked more competent of actually playing shots and getting the ball off the square, and actually hit a boundary already.
This one is pulled away into the leg side. Stay on just the 1. Again, some good bowling here from Taklal Singh.
Keel Taklal Singh.
This one is cut away, beaten the man at point, and it's running close to the boundary, and in fact it gets there. So the second boundary here for the Doctors, coming off the bat of Captain Rupnarayan. So at the end of 15 overs, the halfway stage, the score now has progressed to 35 for 2. As it's going to be a bit of a break here for some drinks. So as soon as the players are refreshed, we'll be back with you.
Them must not have provide
Yeah, send the thing
list
beforehand.
with number and thing.
Yeah, send
I
beforehand.
just think it should be sent like
Send it
the
beforehand.
night before or
List
something.
with numbers.
Send
Because we
before.
don't know these players, man. We
No.
don't know these man.
It's not like an international game where you know
You
where I
have to be
could
short.
freeze
You have to short it.
Yeah.
Still fine. We don't know and
And then them reach late too.
the
So
way
they
you
have
game
enough.
stream, the way you game stream, come at your
Then
list with
give
the
me
man
the
and
list and your
But look
fire
at what's
goes
that.
already
Look,
on
as
the-
could you walk back here, they was ready to start
Yeah,
playing.
fire goes on the
If they
field,
gave
goes
this
on
like
back.
15 minutes earlier, we'd have been out of position.
Of course. But look, could you, as I mentioned it, doctors work on so good. Information, because
Yeah,
the
that-
chili thing. I whole that game I think was with video too, so I'm really experienced level. They had information. I think he told us the first game before.
I want a white ball, I don't want no red ball.
that next thing you want to go
Yeah, but then usually this game was also start
like
12.
basic thing now, like what do you want?
What do you want?
That
You know, difficult is to follow that ball. You
Yeah.
not seen it.
you get trouble there.
Yeah.
Again.
No, it's like ball color.
Yeah.
You see. Come right, seen that. So.
Alright, we're going to make it so as interesting as possible still, eh?
Well, that's what we do now.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
So here we're going to start to do
400
it.
dollars into man taken.
What the ball is? Eh? Since we don't know the player,
For one day,
I
I
start to talk about all kind of thing. So I go and bring up our shit.
Tell them what is the lady in the bikini that just went across the field.
All this kind of thing.
shooting.
Yeah. It's like when you bring up beach and thing. Yeah, we gotta start talking about them thing.
So the little
And just,
bikini
just
just
talk.
fitting well
We
in
can-
this overcoming.
We can just talk about it.
But what I'm saying is,
And then just go provide them a story. Gotta buy food here. Yeah. I think one of them fast food restaurants has been open. That place has been open. Yeah, place has been open on Sunday because we get that chair and them long, you know. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Oh, the chair. Yeah. Yes, it is. Every game for that CW, right? Tournament, I walk with things they eat, so whenever they give me that CW, tournament, I went to. Yeah.
I find this happy because they should get the ability to cheat immediately, right?
You know, let's see if we have things stuff beforehand.
Yeah, but that's be following the game going.
Yeah.
1 run, 4
Because
run.
the umpire was already in the field when he was coming up.
Yeah. I had enough time to get.
Then reached late in the first
Yeah. This game was just at 12 o'clock. Men now walking in.
Well,
Quarter
the
to
captain
12.
the doctors walking across here.
Yeah. After 12, quarter past 12, they come to pay for the stream thing.
I to go home. Cold stone.
Alright, let's see how we can make let's see how we can make this interesting then. Next thing, that's where they have we, right? And we naturally come and set up here because this is where we was playing that week. When I come to the movie then, we said, what's we doing there? Yo. We should have been doing there next to the scorer.
But they didn't make no idea. Like one, no money audio. Like one.
Something too loud there.
They realize one and the one, but no.
Check this score for
Right, and now it's okay.
That is. Is that 20?
Yeah, that's in the white light on how
It's set up at 20. Well,
Yeah, the Rogers and stuff.
Yeah.
Remember, we didn't know it was until over until
Yeah.
we
Is that the few of us?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still was, but he's setting on his score and it's
No, but
20.
Jason set it before he leave.
Oh, so we have to do that.
But I don't know what happened.
We're going to reach 20 overs, you know?
We just might have to
You see, and I was telling Jason, pop the CWI setting, but the CWI was 2 overs.
Yeah, but
Same
same
way,
way,
it's
different
not
just
yours.
so. This guy use them thing just so. They have control it from them. If you put it up, and nobody else put it up,
She's scoring, it's for 20.
gotta get your own thing.
Yeah, boy.
Okay.
Right, you We gotta skip this one right out right now because you're not break. They don't come walking back out. Change it up from there.
Serious?
Jason say you gotta change it there.
But let's continue.
No, he said game out. I don't want to continue or what. Just take a manual score.
Everything. Nice old start. Nice start off.
No, they were off here, but we still getting back.
Cameras out.
Okay, aku nak pernah. Kan ini kita tonton ni yang
So welcome back to the UE Sport and Physical Complex here in St. Augustine, and for this match between the Doctors and Lawyers. The Doctors earlier in the day winning the toss and choosing to bat first, and at the halfway stage they have progressed to 35 for 2. We're into the 16th over, 30 over affair. Lawyers have been tight and created sort of shackles around the Doctors. As I welcome back Basso. This one is driven away nicely through extra cover. Protection back there at long off. And can prevent the 2 runs.
Hello everyone, hello to you Kadir, and welcome back after the much needed water break or hydration break. And when I say hydration, our cameraman Bonio smiles. He says hydration can mean any of a number of things. Of course, it's just after lunchtime here in Trinidad and Tobago, and there is some keen interest in this one, as we would have seen some fans walking in and around us. Speaking about Sunday lunch.
Yeah, definitely. Just past the lunchtime here, Sunday evening. I'm sure you'd have your macaroni pie and your baked chicken and what have you prepared for you, Basso.
Well, I heard one of the many spectators passing talking about buying some fast food that is on offer here at the university campus. Usually the fast food restaurants in particular on the campus stay open 7 days a week because of the students who live on the various halls of residence.
Much slower delivery. Turned away nicely down to long on, where Boro is going to get a single.
Of course, the traditional Sunday lunch here in Trinidad and Tobago, macaroni pie, callaloo, stew chicken. Some people even choose to go the direction of a provision, what we would call a blue food.
Yep.
A lot of people in Tobago, I know, good afternoon to all our viewers in Tobago. Blue food definitely possibly on offer. Ground provision, cassava, eddos, dashin, green fig.
Very healthy stuff. I'm sure the doctors would know all about those healthy foods and what have you.
Most definitely.
This time they're looking to get up to, I would say, Basso here, just about the 100 mark. From here on, I think anything above that 100 mark is going to be a bit of a bonus for them. But credit to both Rupnarayan, captain, and Boro for just forging together a partnership. Of course, they would have lost 2 early wickets, and this partnership was definitely needed, and they've done so. In the main, well, it's a new bowler now here from the northern end. It's Moya or Moore.
Just being told it's pronounced Mayor.
Mayor. A lot of different pronunciations. We do apologize if we mispronounce any of the surnames. So he's continuing off break bowler. Tossed up. This one is in the air and dropped at backward point. And Boro with a fall shot And that man at backward point there just pulling a relatively easy catch by any standards. And more new ball into the attack. Could have had a breakthrough. This one again is punched into the cover region.
And of course, some more with a bit of a round arm action. So you expect he may get a bit of shape on the delivery.
This one is down the leg side and heaving at it. There was Bodo not making any contact. His protection on the square, on the onside, man at deep backward square, the other at deep mid wicket. There's also a man at long on and long off. Again, slower through the air, doing there for Chan Bodo, as he can't make proper contact. These lawyers continue to peg away, continue to make it difficult for their opponents. Doctors in this case, a full toss, and again Bodo looking to heave again and doesn't make proper contact. Dribbles away into the fine leg region, where they just complete a single, 40 for 2 at the end of 17.
Just to go back to that projected score, as you mentioned, Kadir, possibly looking towards getting to 100. Of course, 100 being a really psychological score in itself. But with a current run rate of just under 2.5 per the over, possibly looking at more around the score of a 75, because at this current run rate, they will get to 71. So the expectation here, as you mentioned, skipper Rupnarine and Bodo have stymied the fall of wickets. Possibly an onslaught may be coming towards the back end of the 30 overs, which are still probably about 5 to 7 overs away.
Yeah, but Ramki soon is going to continue. Yeah, he's been good for his team, leading by example. Just a single there for Bodo. But so now they have 77 legal deliveries remaining in the innings, and they've got up now to 41. So you'd think with just a run of ball, they could get up to that 100 mark. But with tight bowling from Ramkisoon and company, they're going to have to be a bit more expansive if that's the thinking, getting up to that 100.
Of course, whilst Rupnarine is there, it is a possibility, because we've seen that he possesses the capabilities of getting the boundary, and even if not the boundary, finding the gaps and getting the ball close enough to the boundary to pick up 2s and 3s.
This one he's looking to cut again, and again another good take there by the wicket keeper.
He's eyeing up at that gap that's just in front of us. There's a short third man and a point fielder both inside the ring, and beyond them there's no one on the third man boundary. Ball played away there into the offside to the aforementioned fielder at point inside the 30-meter circle.
You'd have to say that Ramkisoon is bowling to his field, bowling to the plan. Has protection on the offside. Again, this one is driven into the cover region, and another single.
So still keeping the scoreboard ticking over are the doctors, and that's going to be important, as you mentioned, Kadir. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over with just over 70 deliveries remaining in the innings. A run of ball can get them over that 100-run mark. It's a nice forward defensive shot here by Bodo. Brings us to the end of the 18th over. At the end of 18, the Doctors, just 2 runs in that over. The score moves up to 42 for 2. And just to go back to something I mentioned to you a little while ago, the women's Ashes, now Australia retaining and now going 2 points ahead with 1 game to play. And once they have had won this game today, they would have retained the women's Ashes. They would have gotten up at 282 for 7 in their 50 overs on the back of 91 from Elise Perry and a half century from Annabelle Sutherland, lower down the order. And they would have won by just 3 runs, restricting England to 279 for 7.
This one is in the air, and the catch is taken. Moore making the breakthrough here. Rupnarayan, the captain, has to go, looking to get a bit of a move on here. Just manages to play this one into the hand of the waiting captain, Stefan Ramkisoon at cover. So the fall of the 3rd wicket here for the Doctors. It's now 42 for 3.
Possibly looking here was Captain Rupnarayan to accelerate the scoring rate that we had been talking about in the previous over, and setting sights on a defendable total. Just not managing to clear that infield, and being caught there in the cover region. So 42 for 3 into the 19th over. So all of just about 11 and some overs to go. And the Doctors losing their 3rd wicket, but definitely a good partnership nonetheless between Bodo and Rupnarayan.
I think they put on just about 40 odd together, and they formed a nice partnership.
Yeah, they lost their 2nd wicket, did the Doctors, at the score at 4. So they did put on just about 38 runs together, and they batted for the better part. They lost that 2nd wicket inside the 5th over, so they've batted for the better part of just about 13 overs, and that's almost half of the overs. So the new batter in is Pandey. Get his first name for you.
Very famous name here in Trinidad, that Pandey name. Just confirm his
Avidesh Pandey.
Avidesh Pandey in at number 5. A crucial slot for the Doctors. Of course, just losing their captain, Ravi.
I think I mentioned to you that I did call the Doctors North-South Classic a couple months back. And there were 2 Pandays that played in that game, one for the North, one for the South.
This one is a full toss, hammered away into the onside. There's a man coming around from deep mid-wicket. So Pandey immediately off the mark.
And we were told at that game that they do have some distant relationship to who some would call the great man, Basdio Pandey. There was also a doctor in that game whose last name was Basdio. So Basdio was bowling to Pandey in that game, and we were wondering what the scorecard would read like. Would a wicket fall?
Again looking to force this one. It's taken on the body, but again good bowling from Moore. Interesting scenes there.
Yeah, and then that Doctors North-South Classic, no sooner than we said Basdio bowling to Pandey did a wicket fall, and we had to put it up on the scorecard that Pandey was bowled by Basdio.
Very interesting development there. But here's an appeal for leg before, not out, says umpire Wilson. Bodo, who's been there for some time now, he's up to 23. Full toss again, looking to swipe this one to the onside, and again he can't make contact.
Yeah, and of course Basdio Pandey, the 5th Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and founder of numerous political parties along the way. Of course, the United National Congress, probably the most famous of them, being around the longest.
This time again he's looking to sweep, and again not out, says umpire Wilson. That one seemed to be a lot closer than we thought. A lot of heads and hands on head from the lawyers. At the end of 19 overs, Doctors 43 for 3. A successful over there for Moore.
I make it, that's probably about the 7th or 8th LBW appeal that they've had, this Titan Advocates Lawyers team. And that's just, for those who are not familiar with cricket, but that's just a symbol of them bowling in straight lines or wicket to wicket, most of their bowlers. And Kadir, you would know that as a player as well. The straighter you bowl, the more opportunities and options of wickets. You bring the bowl into play, you bring the edges of the bat into play, and you also bring the pads into play. So
yeah, a lot more modes of dismissal when you operate wicket to wicket. So a new bowler here into the attack from the southern end. Alaha it is. Off break bowler starts with one down the leg side. Wide delivery.
First name
Matthew Alaha. A lot of bowling options for captains Stefan Ramke soon. A lot at his disposal. This one again is just turned away into a vacant short fine leg position, and there was a man who had to run away all the way around from short third man, and by that time just 1 run completed. 45 for 3.
That field setter would probably tell you what his lines would have to be in terms of sticking to the off side and the off stump line. The cover is in on that side of the pitch.
This one is short and pulled away. Here's a man out at deep mid wicket. So another one added to the total.
Too straight on this occasion, Alaha. And too short as well. Just allowing Bodo just to pull away into that square leg region.
This one is taking the outside edge. The keeper cannot hold on, so another single. Pandey looking to be aggressive, a short wide delivery. Just manages to take the outside edge. 47 for 3. Keeping that scoreboard ticking along. This one again is down the leg side. May have brushed something on the way through. No signal from umpire Narain. Umpire Avinash Narain rather. Good fielding in the mid wicket region. Good start here from Alaha. You see a lovely shot of that plane just about to land.
Yeah,
Credit to our cameraman here, Mr. Alwyn Borneo.
Of course, at the Piaco International Airport, just probably about 15 minutes drive away from the St. Augustine campus of the University of the West Indies.
So at the end of 20, and Doctors are 48 for 3. Really, you have to say, Basso, that the scoreboard has just trickled along for the most part of the innings. Just 2 boundaries so far, and lawyers would definitely be happy with this effort.
I mean, again, as you would have mentioned, Kadir, some of it we can't really hold them at the expectations and the level that we would hold the international players, let's say, of the ilk of people like Surya Kumar Yadav or Ben Stokes or Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummings, and even female international players like Meg Lanning and Elise Perry, Hayley Matthews.
A short delivery and good fielding at the mid wicket.
These guys, as you mentioned earlier, really just a part-time players. Really their focus generally, their careers.
This one is turned away nicely, stylishly there by Boro. Another single. Yeah, I'm saying I'm saying that in playing the game, you want to do basics right, which again we can't fault them for. It's a really hot day, so I can't fault them for their lack of urgency in the running. And again, that's just basics that we're speaking about.
Even with some of the bowlers, you would have noticed that they're not too keen and too quick to get back to the top of their mark. Even with some of the spinners, they've taken their time.
So there's a full toss that is punched down to long off, where it's bringing up the 50 now for the Doctors. So inside of 21 overs, the 50 comes up, a 50 for 3. Minor milestone accomplished there by the Doctors. I'm sure they would want 50 more. It'll be a bit of a challenge to get from here. This one is going to help. Driven through the offside. It's running very close to that extra cover boundary where they come back for 3 runs. Good looking shot there from Pandey. This one is hammered away. This is going to drop 1 bounce into that vacant cow corner region for more. So Rupner Boro here is opening the shoulders a bit. Gets another boundary. So at the end of 21, it's now 55 for 3.
That acceleration that you were talking about, Kadir, as we see yet another arrival here to the Piaco International Airport. Seems to be a Caribbean Airlines ATR 72 that's arriving possibly from the Sister Isle. There usually is a flight that comes in from the Sister Isle around this time.
Are you expecting any family, Basso, that may be coming on that flight? Here's another single into the offside.
Well, it is the July-August vacation, or Java as we call it here in Trinidad and Tobago, as opposed to the summer vacation. And I do have one of my nieces actually lives in Tobago, and I'm hoping that she comes across for the vacation.
This one again is played out into the onside, another single.
So hello and welcome to all the young ones who are on vacation and are probably having Sunday lunch with their parents, looking on at some lovely cricket here from the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies.
You're looking at a championship match on here between Doctors versus Lawyers. Of course, silverware on offer, so a lot to play for, and there's also bragging rights and the chance to be called champions of the Doctors v Lawyers clash.
So Bodo, who's been there from within the power play, he would have come in with the score on 8 for 2, and he's been there for some time. And now looking to open those shoulders and play some shots. This one just no timing on it, looking to just open that hip and pull to the mid-wicket region, but with no timing, just punching it back really and truly back to the bowler. But looking to accelerate the scoring, and they have done that in the last 3 overs. Here's one driven back straight to the bowler, a bit of a misfield, and the ball pops up into the mid-off region. And, there's no run added to the score, so at the end of 22 overs, end of 22 overs, just about 63 for 3. Now would be the Doctors.
Just about 8 overs remaining here in the Doctors' innings. Doctors 63 for 3. That 100 mark just about 37 runs away.
I was about to tell you, as you mentioned, the 100 runs. It looks a lot more possible now that we've seen a Bodo who's been there for all of 10 plus overs, 11 and a half overs, 70 deliveries he's faced in this encounter, 30 over affair, and 37 runs from his 70 deliveries.
This time again looking to turn this one on the onside. Can't make contact is Pandey.
Bit of a stifled appeal. But
he certainly give them a bit of a momentum into the innings. And all of 47 deliveries in which to try to get that 37, which would take the score up to 100. This one is into the gap, away at mid-wicket. And good work out there by that man at deep mid-wicket. Using those boots to help him out, as he's able to keep it down to 2.
Sometimes it doesn't matter what you use once you've prevented the ball from hitting those ropes, and saving a couple of runs here for his team. Of course, they would have completed 2 runs. So definitely saving 2 runs on that occasion, the mid-wicket fielder. And,
yeah.
A lot quicker through the air this time, though, from Taklal Singh. No run. 3 deliveries already gone.
This one is in the air, but it's into the gap and away for 4. Bodo is getting another boundary here. In fact, Pandey, it is whipping this one through mid-wicket and picking up a welcomed boundary here for the Doctors. It's now 69 for 3. Avinash Pandey.
Taklal Singh here going for a few runs in this over.
Again, this one is in the air, and the man at mid-wicket is trying to get under it, and just dropping at the last stage, and it's gone away into the boundary for 4. It was in the air for quite some time, but he couldn't hold on. And another boundary, second one in the over for Pandey. Score goes up now to 74, is it? 73. Just confirm that shortly for you. It's actually 73 for 3 after 23.
So definitely an acceleration coming here for the Doctors in the back end. At the 20 over mark, they were 48 for 3. And in the last 2 to 3 overs, they have already put on 25 runs in the last 3 overs.
So definitely some acceleration and some intent being shown here by the Doctors.
And it has come on the back of Bodo, who's been there, as we've mentioned, from almost the start of the innings, because they would have lost their 2 wickets, the first 2 wickets early in the piece, inside the power play, inside of 8 overs. So 73 for 3 as we continue here into the 24th over.
Swept away and another single. So Pandey coming in and just ever so slightly just upping that strike rate. He's up to 9 from 10. He's on strike now. And Bodo is up to 44. Matiwala into his 3rd over. Again, we look at those deep fielders. There's a man sweeping. Long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. Inside of the circle, there's a short 3rd man, a backward point, a cover, a mid-wicket, and a square leg.
The aforementioned point fielder coming into play there. Down on his haunches again. Nice, bright, hot, sunny conditions, and it is really hot out in the middle. This acceleration, giving the Doctors the opportunity to get over 100. This one hoiked away into the mid-wicket region, and it's actually going to be clearing the boundary. And the first maximum of this encounter comes off the bat of one Pandey, who is now carried his scoring rate and his strike rate well above the 100 mark. He's now 15 from just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, that was a short delivery, asking to be hit there from Alaha, and so did Pandey. Freeing the arms nicely, picks up a maximum. I'm sure they'd want a lot more where that came from. 80 for 3 score. Projected score at this stage is just over 100. Again, he's looking to go and getting it out to mid-wicket. And again, some footballing skills on show here by Jaglal. Krishna Jaglal bowled an excellent spell up front for the Titans that really laid the platform for their early success. 81 for 3, and the Doctors here just past the 20 over mark, just pressing the accelerator. Another short delivery, and again it's pulled away. Work for mid-wicket to do. Just a single. Both batters just staying on one.
I think Kadir, that once they get anything over 100 runs, I think it's going to make it really interesting. Again, these are not international players by any stretch, but local players who would play. Some of them would have played in and around the club setup, probably at schools as well. So 3.5 runs to the over is going to make it interesting. Of course, we have to take into consideration the conditions, as this one just punched away down to long on by Pandey, and they pick up an easy single again to bring the close of the 24th over. 83 for 3. The Doctors here, as we see some evidence here of the bowling from the Titan Advocates, the lawyers team. Of course, as you mentioned, Jaglal would have opened the bowling and made that initial first breakthrough. 6 overs, 36 deliveries to go here, Kadir, and in the last few overs, the last 4 overs, they would have added 35 runs in the last 4 overs. So going at a run rate of over 8 and over in the last 4 overs are the Doctors, and at that current run rate, 8 and 6 overs to go, they would get probably about 48 to 50 more.
Yeah, but Ramki soon is back into the attack, one of the better bowlers for the Titan Advocates, and here he is starting with a dot delivery. More importantly, these two have put on just about 41 in this partnership so far. Add another one to that. Pandey certainly showed intent. 18 from 16 years. On strike is Chan Bodo. He's up to 45. Eyeing a half century here, Chan Bodo, which I'm sure is going to be greeted with a lot of applause from his fellow comrades. Of course, being a doctor. Oh, and he's losing his middle stump here, looking to heave this one leg side, and he has his mid-pole rock back. Ramki soon back into the attack and striking here for the lawyers. Much needed at this stage.
I think he had an earpiece inside that helmet, listening to Kadir, my co-commentator here, talking about eyeing up that half century and being applauded for his efforts. But on this occasion, a wild swipe, really and truly, and losing his off and middle poles. And nonetheless, though, Bodo, well welcomed innings, would have come to the crease in the 8th over when they lost their 2nd wicket, and would have batted for all of just under 20 overs, and scoring 45 from 73 deliveries. So started really slowly. He was on probably single digits from about 20-30 deliveries, but for the last 4 or 5 overs, he would have accelerated his scoring, carried that strike rate from 20 and 30 all the way up to just under 70. So he's given the Doctors some hope. Just as we wait some confirmation of the new batter coming to the crease, Doctors have set themselves up here for the last 5 overs. Pandey has shown the propensity to play those big shots. Of course, he's hit a maximum already. The new batter coming to the crease is Lynch.
So Lynch here out at number 6. And Ramki soon striking at a timely interval here for Lawyers, just as this partnership was sort of threatening. He's able to provide that breakthrough. Into his 4th over, 1 for 8, his figures.
So Sean Lynch takes the strike at the southern end.
And a quicker delivery. And again, wicket to wicket. Luckily for Lynch, he was able to get that bat down in time because it was scooting in, honing in on that back leg. Again, it's quick through the air. Is Ramki soon not giving away much. Another good delivery. So just a single and a wicket in it for Ramki soon. The end of a successful over. So at the end of 25, the Doctors now are 85 for 4. Just 5 overs remaining here. 30 legal deliveries. And can the Doctors get up to that 100, or can they get up to 105, 110? What is it going to be? The projected score is actually at 102 at this current rate.
Run-up ball would carry them to 115. Possibly a couple of boundaries in between. Get them pushing that 120 mark. Of course, while Pandey is there, he's on 18 from 16, a strike rate of over 100. Intensity, as I mentioned, during the over, the ability to actually hit the ball beyond the boundary definitely gives us some hope and the possibility of getting close to that 120 mark.
So bowling change here now from that southern end. Lachman back into the attack. This one is cut away into the gap, and it's going to get into the boundary, and it does in fact get there, does it? I think from our vantage point it may have just touched that boundary rope, but no signal. Oh yes, belated signal there from umpire Avinash Narain as he just gets confirmation from the fielder. 4 added to the total. Pandey again and playing another good shot.
And getting good value for shots now that the outfield is really dried out.
This time he's driving in the air over the head of Ramki soon. And again another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries here from Avinash Pandey. Really adding some spice and some impetus to this innings. Much needed at this stage. Maybe if timed their acceleration to perfection. Who knows? But later on we're going to tell. We're going to be able to decide that. But at this time, just looking to put a score on the board. Here the Doctors, of course, winning. This one is in the air. It's going to fall short of that man at long off. Another one added to the total. 96 for 4. Stefan Lynch on strike. Of course, the bowler Lochman. A Yorker length delivery just squirted away. And the Lynch is going to get off the mark. Good Yorker length delivery. So again, the good weather continues here in the eastern part of Trinidad. St. Augustine to be exact. Of course, this match on here, the Doctors versus the Lawyers. Not the first of its kind, but this one a relatively new introduction into this sort of a rivalry, if you like. Silverware on offer, championship.
Took the words out of my mouth. Definitely something serious here in terms of that rivalry and the silverware that Kadir has mentioned on numerous occasions. That is on offer. There is a trophy on offer for this invitational here today. As Pandey having a swing and admonishes himself as he probably believes that he could have put that one away. But he has done well, has Pandey, since he's come to the crease. He has found the boundary on numerous occasions and would have pushed the Doctors to score. Just hovering in and around under that 100-run mark. So now at the end of 26 overs, Pandey moves on to 27 from 20. Lynch, who's just come to the wicket, is on 4 from 5. And the Doctors are 97 for 4. And continuing from the northern end will be the skipper, Stefan Ramkisoon.
Ramkisoon, a miserly spell so far. 4 overs, 1 for 9.
12 runs are coming from that previous over. So Ramkisoon will want to bring it back here a bit and stymie the run flow.
Just 4 overs remaining. 24 legal deliveries. Again, taken on the pad and no run. So just 3 short of that 100 that we spoke about earlier. I think that is going to be a bit of a psychological boost if they can get over that. This one is again trying to turn this one on the onside and again taken on the pad. And again, no doubt says umpire Sean Wilson. Not Joel Wilson, but Sean Wilson. No relation.
They've had numerous LBW appeals today.
Now when you look at the umpires, Basso, we see them outfitted in their lovely looking white shirts and white hats. It's reminiscent of a test match, but in this case it's a limited over affair, a keenly contested one. 2 runs again added to the total. Lynch cutting away. And of course we're using red ball, a red ball. We would have, we've grown accustomed to seeing white ball in limited overs format of the game. Again looking to cut quicker delivery, and again a good take there from the wicket keeper. 99 for 4.
Well, that's the evolution of cricket. In years gone by, probably in the years of Clive Lloyd and these guys, the one-day internationals would play with red ball, and eventually as it evolved having day-night cricket, there was the introduction of the white ball. But it is definitely refreshing to see the umpires in whites. Whites are always so refreshing in and around the cricket game, as this one is punched away down to third man, skewing off the outside edge from Sean Lynch, and they pick up a couple of runs, and with those a couple of runs, that brings the 100 on the board. 101 for 4. The Doctors still with 3 overs to be bowled, and that psychological mark, Kadir, is now on the board, and the projected score moving up closer to 115. It's actually 112 now. Pandy is still there on 27 from 20. And Lynch is just getting into his stride. Is on 8 from 11.
Yeah, just 3 overs remaining. And Doctor's getting up past the 100 now, 101 for 4. It looks as though Lachman is going to continue here now. This one again is pushed away into the point region. Another one on offer. 102 for 4 now.
This is good because in between those boundaries that have been hit, Lynch and Pandey have been able to keep the striker ticking over, keep the scoreboard ticking over, picking up the odd ones and twos in between, hitting the boundaries. And that's added to the acceleration that they would have made since the 20th over. Since the 20th over, actually. 53 runs since the 20th over.
So clear acceleration in the back end of the innings, that the remaining 10 overs. Just timing it right here. The Doctors, time will tell if what they get in the end would be enough. Certainly making a good fist of it.
Of course, given the context of being an invitational as opposed to one of our national games or a regional game, it is a competitive total in that context.
Edge taken and the wicketkeeper holds on. So Pandey looking to again up the ante. He has to go. Another wicket here for the Lawyers. Lachman striking. Pandey has to go for 28. It's 103 for 5.
Yeah, on this occasion, just hanging the ball outside the off stump was Lachman. And unlike many of his other shots, not much of any foot movement from Pandey on this occasion, just really throwing the hands at the ball, almost as if it was a tired shot in the heat of the day. And again, looking to accelerate, yes, but poor execution on this occasion compared to some of his earlier shots where he was using his feet and getting to the pitch of the delivery or getting momentum into the ball. But nonetheless, a well-played 28 from Pandey, coming at better than a runner ball, so very much welcome in the back end of the innings.
Yeah, an excellent knock in the context of the game there from Avidesh Pandey, providing some impetus. But now with just about 2.5 overs remaining, Doctors here looking to post a score of some formidability. New batter is Brijlal. Just confirm his first name shortly.
Varun Brijlal it is.
Varun Brijlal, a new batter, right-hander. Coming in at a crucial stage here. It's no secret what he has to do. Needs to find the boundaries or just needs to get bat on ball.
He is a tall lad, and he would want to put those long levers to good use on a playing surface that is actually giving you good value for your shots today, which is much different from earlier in the week when there was a lot of rain and a heavy outfield.
Again, looking to cut there was Brijlal and another dot delivery. So, again, good bowling here. Sticking to the plan. Field is a short third man, a backward point, extra cover. A sweeper, long off, long on, mid wicket, square leg, a deep mid wicket. Again, driven through cover, and they'll come back for easy 2. So Brijlal is off and running. 105 for 5.
But he's definitely made his intentions clear from ball 1. That attempted cut shot into that vacant third man and a point region. And then, of course, a lovely looking one off drive down to long off.
Another quick single taken. Good running there from Lynch. Showing some urgency here, the Doctors. As the 28th over comes to an end, at the end of it, it's 106 for 5.
So a successful over for the Titan Advocates Lawyers team that they picked up a wicket. 5 runs is still coming from the over. So even with the loss of the wicket, the Doctors have managed to keep the scoreboard ticking and keep their score going up, or even inching closer to 115, 120. So Taklal Singh will continue from the northern end. And well spread field here. A lot of cover on the offside, a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a deep long on the leg side, a short mid wicket in place, and on the offside a sweeper, the cover point boundary, and long off.
And this one is pulled away straight to the man at mid wicket, and a quick single. There, good running again from Bridgelal and Lynch, and just teething one, if you like.
A stolen run there, as it went straight to that short mid-wicket fielder, and shy at the stumps. Probably a direct hit might have had him in trouble.
Again looking to hoik leg side, and missing completely there was Lynch, but able to come through for the 2 byes. It's actually off the bat, so it was a definite edge from Lynch. Difficult for the wicketkeeper. You can't fault him, he's been good so far.
Of course, he take that wonderful catch moving to his left to dismiss Pandey.
Again, a bit of an uppish drive. Just a single. Score just ticking along at this stage. It's 110 now for 5.
Already 4 runs off the over. So possibly looking for the boundary now in the second half of the over.
Tongue the track, and just beating him in the air there was Taklal Singh, but Bridgelal comes through for another couple.
That's one of the things about cricket, and you yourself, Kadir, as a player, know that even when you're not getting the boundaries, when you can turn ones into twos, sometimes you get 2 runs off every ball in an over, you get 12 runs in the over easily like that, and already we have 6 runs in this over.
Well, this one is a big hit. Goes all the way for another maximum. Varun Bridgelal here with a straight 6. It's now 118 for 5. A good shot there, Basu.
Yeah, definitely. Getting his momentum into the ball, and he showed that in the last couple of deliveries. Using his feet a bit and bringing himself forward. This time, Taklal Singh just over pitching and straight as you like into the side screen at the northern end.
Again looking to go downtown. Doesn't make proper contact this time, but a good over nonetheless. Some 12 coming from it. So at the end of 29, the score now 118 for 5. Basu, I'm going to put you on the spot. 1 over to come, 6 legal deliveries. What do you think the Doctors are going to finish on?
I think it's quite possible that they can get that 130-run mark. We spoke about in a game like this, a 30 over affair, 150. But with their slow start, we thought possibly just getting over 100. And then when they accelerated, we said 150. But now, with the average score in the last couple of overs being 10 or 12 runs in the over, I think they can get really close, if not up to that 130-run mark. But they're going to have their hands filled here as we see a bowling change up at the southern end. It looks to be Jaglal. We'll get confirmation of that in a bit. It's actually Akash Ramrup who's going to be taking up the bowling from that southern end.
Yeah, Akash Ramrup first over, and it's actually last over of the innings. So asking a lot here of Ramrup. What is he gonna serve up here? Medium pace bowler. On strike is Lynch, Stefan Lynch. Starts with one outside the off stump, which is drilled through the point region, and 4 more runs. A good looking shot there from Lynch with an offer. And throwing his hands at it, picks up a boundary.
There's that gap that we spoke about that's been there practically through the entire innings. There is a short third man and a point fielder that would have been inside the circle on this occasion for this last over by the Doctors. There's actually a wide short third man, almost like a gully position.
Again looking to force this one, and the catch is taken. Lynch goes, Ramrup striking. So Lynch looking to up the ante, and he loses his wicket here. 122 now for 6.
So a bit of a fortune here for the Titan Advocates Lawyers team, picking up a wicket after that first delivery that would have gone for 4 runs from Lynch. And unfortunately, his short innings has to come to an end. No timing on the shot really. They're just popping it up, and a good, well taken, well judged catcher diving forward in the short cover region. So still 5 illegal deliveries remaining, 4 illegal deliveries, I beg your pardon, remaining in this last over. So still the possibilities of getting up to 130. Of course, Bridgelal, who has come in and immediately shown the intent with some quite aggressive running and some good stroke play. He would have hit that 6 in the last over, using his feet to the slower bowlers since he's come in. And, as we just await some confirmation of a new batter to take a strike.
Yeah, so just 4 legal deliveries to come. I think
Anton Julian it is, Kadir.
Anton Julian might be best served here. I think he's doing the smart thing, just getting Bridgelal on strike. Varun Bridgelal, 12 from 7, already hit a maximum. He might be the one that's more likely to get it over the boundary.
A boundary from every delivery remaining, every legal delivery will carry them to 135.
And time will tell if they can't get that. 123 for 6.
Just missing his run up here is Ramrup. Of course, this is his first over, so it's understandable.
That's a good delivery from Ramrup. Full on straight. And Bridgelal doesn't make proper contact, but they're able to get through 4 leg by. So 124 now for 6. This one is taking the outside edge. It's running down to the third man boundary. Doesn't have the legs to get there. And Naveen is going to pull it back just inside. But 2 runs taken. So now 126 for 6. Basso, they're going to have to get a boundary to get up to your 130.
Yeah, or even 3 runs would carry to 129, which would ensure that the lawyers, the advocates, would definitely have to get 130. But already 8 runs from the over. Even with
Good
the
hand
wicket.
there by Ramrup. And so just a single to finish off here, the final delivery of the innings. And at the end of 30 overs, the Doctors are winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Have got up to 127 for 6. Thanks in the main to Chan Boro, who had 45, and Avinash Pandey with 28. Really the standout batters. More thoughts from Basu.
Of course, you can't discredit as well the little cameo at the back end here from Bridgelal as well. But of course, a good score nonetheless. At one point, we didn't think that they would even get up to 50 runs, the Doctors, because at the end of their power play, at the end of 10, they were 19 for 2. So they've added some 108 runs in 20 overs. And of course, at a 20 over mark, they were 48 for 3. So 52 and 27 runs in 5 and 5 overs, the last 10 overs of the innings. So some good acceleration at the back end from the Doctors, ensuring that they get up to 127. So in this Invitational, the Doctors versus the Titan Advocates, the Lawyers team, the story here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground that is illuminated by some bright Sunday afternoon rays of sun. The Doctors are 127 for 6. Sure that the Lawyers Titan advocates will have to get 128. So after a bit of a break, some hydration, some well-needed hydration, probably a meal for the players and the production staff and the fans around. We'll join you back here in about 20 to 25 minutes for the run chase. That is going to be really interesting. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to you too, Kadir. And I am well. It is a Sunday afternoon, and Sunday around these times, we have a good meal. And, definitely, it's lovely to actually be able to look at some cricket on a Sunday afternoon here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. As we see here, Bridgelal is going to be taking up the bowling attack from the southern end, and this one promises to be quite exciting. Of course, Titan Advocates, the lawyers team, is in pursuit of 128 in 30 overs, and with this sunshine, we are almost guaranteed that we're going to have 30 overs.
And definitely, ground is bathed in sunshine. 31 degrees here in eastern Trinidad, as Bridgelal goes past the defense there of Sochan. Another one added to the total. So immediately starting with spin are the Doctors.
So one more added to the total by signal by umpire
Avinash Narain.
who is standing at the striker's end. And standing at square leg is umpire Wilson, Sean Wilson. For those just joining in, no relation to our very own Joel Wilson, international ICC umpire, who's stood in many ICC tournaments. Of course, we say good afternoon to Mr. Wilson if he's looking on, probably on a break in between duties.
So we're also live on Cricket 360 on Facebook. Tune in to us and also share that link, as the Lynch is getting a good start here. Just 2 runs from the over so far. Again, another good delivery. Squaring a Maharaj. Squaring him up there was a Bridgelal. As we have a quick look at the field, there's a short third man, a backward point, extra cover, mid off. Mid on, a mid wicket who's doing the fielding now. A square leg and a short fine leg. Well, the over comes to an end. And so at the end of 2 overs here, in response to 128 for victory, the Lawyers are 5 without loss.
So a steady start here on both ends of the spectrum. Good steady bowling by the Doctors, and a watchful start by the batters, Mr. Suchan and Maharaj.
Yeah, Anton Julian is going to resume the attack here for Doctors. And the field for him is there's a slip in play. There's a slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, a mid wicket, a forward square, and a short fine leg. Pretty decent first over from Anton Julian.
He is a strong lad, and probably a bit more pacer than we would have seen from the Titans outfit when their seamers were in operation. Also notably, Maharaj is hitting the ball very crisply, not finding his timing just yet.
Swish outside off stump, tempting full delivery there from Julian. Looking to get a breakthrough here for his team.
As we see here, the evidence of very blue skies and clear sunny conditions on this wonderful Sunday afternoon.
Again, another play and a miss there from Maharaj. Actually, it's not Maharaj on strike, it's Sochan who's on strike, and Naveen Maharaj is on the non-striker's end. That one is in the air, and the fielder at mid-off had the opportunity, and just pulling that one there was a Bridgelal. Just bowled the previous over, and it just seemed to be rooted to the spot. And he thought it was coming, and then it just sort of dipped on him, and the chance went a begging.
So the first opportunity created here by the Doctors, and an early wicket would have really put them in the driver's seat, you would think.
Again, another quick single. Lynch doing some good fielding, but good communication by both batters. Allowed them to come through for a relatively easy single in the end.
I think a direct hit though, Kadir might have had him in a bit of trouble. Fortunately for him, Sochan, the ball didn't hit the stumps. So one more added to the total.
Just taking some pace off there was Julian. So a good over comes to an end. Just the two singles in it. So at the end of 3, it's 7 without loss.
But of course, Sochan has shown his intent to playing almost a shorter ball every time the ball is in his half, as they say. So Bridgelal is going to continue the attack from the southern end of the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies, the Sports and Physical Education Centre. Pretty regulation field is set here. That ring of fielders on the offside, and also a ring on the onside.
This one is guided away to the point region. Good feeling by that man. Another dot delivery. I tell you what though, both teams are really up for this match. You can see the enthusiasm and the excitement.
And just judging from the movements of the Doctors in the field, you can almost tell that they believe that they can and will go on to win this one. Of course, with a score of 127 on the board, you'd fancy your chances. This one outside the off stump, and having a little swipe at it, attempting to cut a backward of point, probably to that vacant third man area, was Maharaj, not making any contact.
Again, getting down that boot in time there was Bridgelal's, saving a certain single.
Of course, standing up to the wicket, wicketkeeper Amit Amratan. So just being watchful here, Sochan and Maharaj on strike.
This time looking to be a bit more expansive. And just scooting this one out into the onside. Just a single.
So with that single, it brings to the end the fourth over, I beg your pardon. And after 4 overs, the Titan Advocates Lawyers team 9 without loss.
So at a similar stage, the Doctors were 4 for 1. So the Lawyers with their noses slightly in front. Of course, the advantage of no wickets down just yet. 9 without loss.
Yeah, wicketkeeper Ramratan would have already been dismissed by this time when the doctors took strike. Here's Julian continuing from the northern end. This one is tucked away into the leg side, backward of square by Maraj, and 1 run added to the total. Bringing on strike Sochan, who has been playing his shots and really just swinging at almost everything, especially the ones pitched up just outside that off stump from Julian. So the intent is definitely there.
There's evidence of that again. Another firm drive into the extra cover region and good fielding there by the skipper, Roop Narain.
Some clouds pass overhead, just bringing a little ease to the hot sunny conditions that we have had so far. Bragging rights are on the cards here for these two teams and some silverware.
This one again is another firm push. A quick single taken and a bit of collision in the middle. All's well that ends well.
Good bit of sportsmanship by Sochan, helping Julian back to his feet. But a bit of a risk there taken in that single. Bridgelal there at mid-off was across quickly and had a shy at the stumps.
Mid-off and mid-on is back on the 30-meter circle, so the opportunity is definitely there for that single. I think the communication would be key. Going along steadily here, 11 without loss. So again, it's turned away nicely into that fine leg region, giving chase there is a senior guy, and he's just going to keep it down to 2 runs.
Yeah, not the purest of timing on the shot, and again this Frank Worrell ground, you see many deliveries just holding up, many shots just holding up just inside of the boundary rope. Sometimes it's just the lush green outfield, the heavy outfield. Sometimes it's a bit of moisture, but on this occasion, not the purest of timing from Sochan. And at the end of 5, the Lawyers in pursuit of 128 for victory. Bragging rights and the silverware on offer are 13 without loss.
A steady start from the Lawyers. Again, it's going to be Bridgelal. Bridgelal is going to continue into his 3rd over. Sochan is on strike, 7 from 17 deliveries. Maharaj not out 5 from 13. Again, this one is firmly hit. Goes all the way, and the first maximum of the Lawyers' innings comes off the bat of Sochan, and really taking a liking down there to that fielder, just eating into him a bit, teasing and taunting him. 6 more added to the total, 19 without loss.
And Sochan is pretty much that stand and deliver type of player. Just stand in the crease, anchored to your feet, and just swinging through the line of the ball. On this occasion, Bridgelal too close to him, and really just pitching up into his arc. So even though there was not much by way of foot movement, he didn't really have to do much other than just swing the bat, swing the hands through the line of the ball, and 6 runs added to the total. And after being 17 from 7, he's now on 13 from 18. So with that one shot, his strike rate has gone up significantly. And with that one shot, it's also meant that the score required goes down even further.
Again, he's driving this time all along the ground, driving straight and driving for 4. And so Ravi Sochan here just upping the ante ever so slightly. Picks up another boundary back to back in this over already 10. We've only had 2 deliveries, 23 without loss.
Could this be the over that essentially breaks the back of the chase?
Certainly giving them some momentum. Again, just taking some pace off. Good smart bowling there from Brijlal. Good comeback. Taking that pace off, asking the batter to make the pace.
Also just a bit more flight on that occasion as well. So trying to tempt him into that big shot.
Yeah, there is protection back there now. Long on and long off in place. And again, he's going. And landing just short of the fielder at long off. Another single. Definitely showing some intent here is Sochan, not mucking about.
He made those intentions clear from the get-go. Because the first 5 or 6 deliveries that he faced, he swung at everything. And did the Sochan. Now Maharaj is on strike. A nice forward defensive, just a push really back up to the bowler. It's going to be interesting to see how Maharaj approaches the innings here, knowing that Sochan is going guns blazing at the other end.
This one is just turned away into the onside, and another single. So doing well in this over here, Lawyers. At the end of 6 overs, they are well placed now at 25 without loss.
Yeah, already 20 runs to the good and 2 less wickets. At this same stage, the Doctors were 5 for 2. They had already lost their second wicket. Ramratan and Khan had already been dismissed by this time in the Doctors' batting innings.
Well, we are going to have a bowling change now here from the northern end. Paras Ram, the new bowler, into the attack.
Ranjiv Parasram, Dr. Ranjiv Parasram, probably the eldest statesman in the bunch.
Yeah, most senior of them.
Having a conversation here with his skipper.
It'd be interesting to know what sort of field they are specialized in, these doctors. Is it a surgeon? Is it a...
I mentioned to you, Kadir, in the first innings, when the Doctors were batting, that I did that North-South Classic, the Doctors North-South Classic. And on that occasion, there was such a diaspora in terms of their backgrounds. There were neurosurgeons, there were general med practitioners, gynecologists, and there was a whole variety of doctors on show on that day.
Our cameraman Alvin Bonio just shaking his head in acknowledgement.
He probably heard something that he liked. On this occasion, a wide bowled here. So Parashar, I'm not starting off with the best delivery, a wide delivery, and it's not collected by Ramratan, allowing the batters, even with the wide, to come through for 1 run. So 2 runs added to the total.
Yeah, that'd be quite interesting to know, what their specialties are. So there's a slowish looping delivery there from Paras Rama, but it's good enough to go past the edge there of Sochan, who again is not mucking about.
But he's not really moving around the crease, just really moving the front leg out of the way and swinging at everything.
There he is again, beating all ends up. Head all over the air there, just looking for ultimate power.
And the thing is that some of the balls that are going just outside his off stump, if he makes 1 step across his off stump and then clears the leg, he might really get the hands into the ball.
He is again another play and a miss. So it's either been scoring shots or dot deliveries for Sochan. Definitely making his intentions clear. He wants to find the boundaries. This time he's playing forward defensively and he's also beaten.
And uncharacteristic for a defensive prod at the ball. But the benefit of even when they have dot balls soaked up, they've already gone on par with the required run rate.
You have to say a very good over in the context of the game. And just as I say that, it's going over the head of the man at mid-on and it trickles away for 4 more. And so definitely now getting that swing going. And he picks up another boundary.
Yeah, Anton Julian there, just a mere bystander, and the job of retrieving the ball. And having said that, the skipper has asked him to stay on this long on boundary just in the front of us, just going a bit straighter rather than wider at that long on position.
And there's Sochan not taking that bait, if you like. Just trying to bait him into playing another big shot. But here he is just allowing this one to go through. So at the end of 7, Warriors are at 31 without loss. In pursuit of 128 for victory. That victory target is now under 100, which is significant.
Now with that boundary, the current run rate has gone up to 4.43 and the required run rate has dropped back just a tad bit to 4.22. So they are above the required run rate and well ahead of the game at this point. Of course, there's still 3 overs in the power play. So it's going to be interesting to see when the field is permitted to be spread out. 5 fielders obviously being permitted outside of the inner ring, the 30-yard circle. It's going to be interesting to see how the Titan Advocate lawyers approach. But now, as we have a change in bowling with Bodo, who played. Well, Bodo does have the ball in hand, and whether it's him that's going to have a. It is Chan Bodo, in fact, who is going to take up the attack from the southern end, and he did have a meaningful innings of a 43. So he comes through and around.
Yeah, 45 in fact is what he got. Top score for the Doctors. Here he is now with his left arm orthodox.
Through and around. And not often we see that anymore, where we see bowlers are coming in between the wicket and the umpire. He's now changed it to going over the wicket, and he's changed back to round and through and round.
This one is punched down to long on. Protection back there, just a single.
And he is very slow in terms of the arm action and even in flight. So inviting, if you have to play your shots, Maharaj and Sochan, you have to make the power behind the ball and make the pace onto the delivery.
Again, this one is cut away, and again another single misfield there by Rupnarayan. Another one added to the total. Doctors here in pursuit of some early wickets. It's not happened, and Lawyers are going along very smoothly at this stage, 34 without loss. What do you think the Doctors need to do to really sort of put a stifle on the scoring?
One of the things I've noticed, Kadir, is even with the field in the inner ring, many of the fielders are just camped out on the circle, not really moving in with the bowler. They're really stationary. This one is punched away to that short mid-wicket region, and well fielded there.
It's actually out. Sochan is walking.
Yeah,
A good catch at mid-wicket, and Bodo was striking here. So the first one down for the Lawyers. Sochan has to go for 23. It's 34 for 1.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the umpire to see the signal, because when it was fielded, it looked because he had to take it really low down, wanted to ensure by looking at the umpire to see the signal of out, and we see the umpires here now actually having a conversation about the catch, but he has been given out, and a really good low down catch, and just evidence of what I was saying. As the catch was taken, some of the doctors in the field, they're planted on that fielding position, not really moving in with the bowler. On that occasion, maybe if he was moving in with the bowler that fielders in that inner ring tend to do, especially early in an innings, he probably would have been taking the catch at knee height, or probably higher, because he would have been closer into the batter. And as we just wait some confirmation of the new batter coming to the crease, the lawyers, the Titan advocates have lost their first wicket, 34 for 1, halfway through, just over halfway through the 8th over. And Maharaj, the new batter.
So another one Maharaj joins the other.
Gino Maharaj is the left-hander. So Gino Maharaj is the one on strike. Naveen Maharaj is on the non-striker's end. As we see here, yet another arrival to the Piako International Airport. Looks to be a KLM airline. And
I've seen a lot in our short time here from this vantage point. A lot of arrivals. I'm sure the Piako International Airport is buzzing at this time. Of course, we're in the summer. We're in the summer vacation. This is an appeal here for a run out, but umpire Avinash Narayan well placed, and he signals not out. So at the end of 8 overs, the lawyers are 35 for 1. A successful over from Chan Bodo comes to an end.
So Parasram, Dr. Parasram is going to continue, the elder statesman of this doctor's team. He is going to continue from this northern end where we are perched under the tent just to the western side of the gymnasium here at the Sports and Physical Education Center. And still 2 overs to go before the end of the power play. So only 2 fielders are permitted outside the circle. One of them is at long on and one is at long off. Anton Julian is at long on in front of us, just to the bottom left of your picture. And the first delivery just punched back to Dr. Parasham, and there's no run. There's a loud appeal.
A generous flight there from Parasram and umpire Wilson here. Not out in the signal.
It's always difficult to right arm over to a left-handed batter to get an LBW.
Again, Parasram is on target. Good introduction into the attack, into his second over. Just 6 runs conceded. Leg break bowler. Decent control. Lawyers need 93 more for victory. Doctors need all of 9 wickets. Another play and a miss. Both Maharaj trying to combine here to really affect a victory here for the lawyers. Skipper Rupnarayan and company would have other ideas, other thoughts about that.
Just a bit of a change in the field, but Rajiv Parashram as a short cover goes into place, and the cover fielder is brought a little squarer.
So again it's punched down to long off, and again his scoreboard is ticking over, doing the smart thing, both batters. So at the end of 9 overs, it's 37 for 1. Sochan batter to go. made 23.
So Bedo is at the top of his mark at the southern end, the left arm orthodox bowler. And still some 91 runs to get for the Titan Advocates Lawyers team. In the middle, Gino Maharaj and Naveen Maharaj. And Naveen here just backing away and punching onto the onside, and an easy single to that straightish mid-wicket fielder. So Bedo here continuing where he left off. To the left-handed Gino Maharaj though, he's going to go over the wicket.
Chan Bodo showing what an all-round player he is. Top scored for the Doctors, and here now bowling is left arm orthodox. Picked up the wicket to fall so far. Final over of the power play.
Still the two fielders out are long on and long off.
This one is cut away. Good feeling at the backward point. Just a single. Left hand, right hand combination really doing for the Doctors. That field set ever so slightly changes. There's a short third man, backward point, extra cover, long off, long on. And a good hand there by Bodo. That would have certainly been a run. Definitely saved one. Good hand from the big man. Along the track again is Maharaj, and scooted away into the mid-wicket region. And Parasram is giving chase, and keeps it down to just 2. Good fielding by him, not giving up the ghost. There was Parasram.
That's one of the things we noticed during the North-South Classic of the Doctors clash. Parasram, he gives his all, and even when he bowls, as would be evidenced by his couple overs so far, he doesn't stray much in terms of lines and lengths. He keeps it simple. And keeping it simple here is Bodo, Chan Bodo. So that delivery brings it to an end, the end of the power play, at the end of 10 overs. Titan Advocate Lawyers, a team of 41 for 1, and at the end of 10 overs, the Doctors were 19 for 2 at this very same point. So they are 22 runs to the good, and just keeping in and around that required run rate. Their current run rate 4.1, the required run rate 4.32, 4.35, I beg your pardon. So sticking in and around the required run rate, and keeping the scoreboard ticking over, although the boundaries would have probably dried up with the departure of the opening batter.
So 45 for 1. New bowler Vashish Prasad just over the head of leaping Prasad. Can't haul it in. Another single there for Maharaj. This time Naveen Maharaj. Brings Gino Maharaj on strike. A lot of those Maharajas just tying up our tongues here in this commentary station, as our producer is saying he is a Maharaj too. So many of them. And another single. Our cameraman is saying that he is a Maharaj too. What is going on here?
Well, I don't know. My bloodline, I'm definitely not one. So you're not alone with all the confusion.
And this one is just taking the edge and just landing short of that man at a slip. And a dot delivery to finish off the 11th over. At the end of it, it's 47 for 1. And so Chanboro to continue here for the Doctors. Slight misfield from him allows for a single. Naveen Maharaj is on strike. He is 14 from 26, 48 for 1 in the 12th over. Again, he's cutting away, and again, it's a bit of a misfield, but good backing up there from Rupnarayan.
So as it stands, an over and 2 balls outside of the power play, and they are just under 50 runs. Where do you see this one going, Kadir?
Definitely looks to be heading the way of Lawyers, but I'm sure a couple of quick wickets or maybe some pressure in terms of dot deliveries could have an effect on that run chase, and time will tell who is going to come out victorious in the end. Just have to wait to see. But 48 for 1, really the Lawyers rather, in the driver's seat.
Well, rightly, as you said, wickets on the cards here, and wickets, the modus operandi for the Doctors. They need wickets, and their coaches, I would tell you, just add the 2 wickets to the score, and it changes the complexion of everything. And this is some good fielding here in the cover region by the Doctors, and keeping the scoreboard and just there at a 48. Here's a shot, a slog sweep over the deep mid-wicket area, and umpire Avinash Narayan raises his hands to signal the second six, I beg your pardon, of the Titan Advocates Lawyers innings. And with that 6, their 50 comes up. It's 54 for 1 off the bat of Naveen Maharaj. And just over pitching slightly there on that occasion was Bodo. And Naveen Maharaj getting down on one leg and one knee, and just slog sweeping over mid-wicket. Easy as you like, easy as a Sunday evening, as it is a Sunday evening here.
Yeah, good shot there from Naveen Maharaj. At the end of 12, Lawyers are definitely in the driver's seat of 54 for 1. The Doctors took all of 20 overs to get 50. Lawyers are certainly well placed. Fashish Prasad is going to continue here. Of course, not in uniform as compared to the others. This is a full toss and just swept around the corner there by Gino Maharaj for 4. So a poor delivery there from Vashish, and paying the ultimate price, another boundary. $61 for 1 now.
Some wonderful comments coming from our cameraman Bonio. Tell you what he said in a moment. So another one, Gino Maharaj taking one here on offer, just punching away into the leg side as Prasad continues from this northern end. And, Bonio said this is a matter before the High Court, and the lawyers are winning this case at present. Swing and a miss here from Naveen Maharaj. This is good tight bowling. Good comeback in the over from Prasad.
I think the Doctors here need to surgically dismantle the Lawyers. Well, it's another chance here for a wicket, and he has to go. Maharaj, Vashish Prasad striking. So just as we're speaking about surgically dismantling the opponents, there you have some evidence of that right on cue from the experienced Alwyn Borneo, as Naveen Maharaj makes his long trek back to that pavilion. 63 for 2.
So Naveen Maharaj going for 25, a well played 25, and almost with surgical precision, as Kadir mentioned. I believe it was the skipper himself, Rupnarayan, who would have gotten that ball back in from a short mid-wicket, short mid-off, I beg your pardon, back into Prasad, who would have taken the bails off. A suicidal run being attempted there by Maharaja Maharaj. So one Maharaj is gone, and the other Maharaj is still out there. So Gino Maharaj is still out there, and just awaiting some confirmation of the new batter to take the crease for the Titan Advocate Lawyers team. But well set here nonetheless, the Lawyers team at 63 for 2, coming towards the end and the close of the 13th over. Just 65 more runs are needed, and all about 17 overs to get them. So they're just beyond the halfway point in runs required to win this one. The Titan Advocate Lawyers, but losing wickets. Here's Gino Maharaj, and just punching this one down to that mid-wicket region.
Goes all the way for 6. Huge hit there from Gino Maharaj. New batter is Stefan Ramkisoon. He is on the non-striker's end, and Gino Maharaj there just using the long handle. Picks up another maximum, third one of the innings. Wide delivery there from Passad. This time taken on the pad. And not out, says the umpire Wilson. So it's 69 for 2. So Parasram is switching ends. He's now coming from that southern end. Dr. Parasram. And on strike is the captain, Stefan Ramkisoon.
Still to face a delivery and still to get off a strike is Stefan Ramkisoon. So Parasram here has switched ends, and now bowling from that southern end, extracting a fair bit of bounce here on this occasion, a bit shorter in length as well, but extracting that bounce. And Ramkisoon doing well to just lean back and get out of the way.
And this one is just keeping a tad low. So we've seen some invariable bonks. Parasram keeping it simple, keeping it tight. This time just straying a bit. Wide delivery signal there by umpire Ryan. This time he's back where he needs to be and gets a dot delivery. Certainly doing well here for Doctor's Parasram into his third over, just 10 conceded. And there he is again, just tucking up Ramkisoon. But he's just punching this one away and getting a quick single where he's getting off the mark, Stefan Ramkisoon.
And they just seem to jog through for that single, even though the ball went straight to that mid-off fielder. And just upping the speed of the run towards the end of the run, but conserving the energy.
This one is down the leg side, goes past wicketkeeper Ramratan, and coming through for the extra run. So 2 added to the total, 73 now for 2. Well, not signaled wide by the umpire, so may have just brushed the pad on the way through. 73 for 2 at the end of 14. It's getting to that halfway stage of this game, and at this stage the Lawyers have certainly put themselves into a winning position. Doctors really need some inspiration, or really need something from somewhere. Really need some wickets.
Yeah, that's the effect of Rajiv Sochan and Maraj at the top when they open their arms, and Sochan, of course, clearing the boundary on a couple of occasions, including one mighty 6 down there in front of the pavilion over long off. So the quick start by the Titan Advocates Lawyers team would have ensured that in their first 10 overs they got up to 41 runs, some 22 runs ahead of where the Doctors were after 10 overs at the end of the power play. And that fast start has ensured that they can just really ease their way through. And in the last 4 overs, they've in fact also accelerated just that a bit more, adding 32 runs in the last 4 overs, thanks to Gino Maharaj and Naveen Maharaj, who's since gone back. So Bridgelal continues from the northern end. The first one striking Gino Maharaj on the pad, is going out into the leg side. No run added. And this one played in the air down to long off by Gino Maharaj, and you can hear the screams coming from some of the Doctors in the field, applauding Anton Julian there to catch it, but he was not making any attempt to get at the ball. That's allowing it to bounce probably about 2 yards in front of him. Probably a better effort was needed on that occasion. He could have probably gotten to the ball because it hung in the air for a bit, and a fit lad like Anton Julian, you would have thought that he would have gotten to the ball and attempted the catch.
It was in the air for quite some time. We're just probably seeing it late and allowing Maharaj to get another single. This time again, just turning this one leg side. Can't get a run. So Bridgelal coming back into the attack here to try and affect a breakthrough. This one is driven nicely, driven straight, and Prasad is coming around and does well. Keeps it down to just a single. The deep fielders at long off, long on, and this one again is in the air, and again it's landing just short of Julian at long off. Where again he's not really making an attempt to catch the ball. This one was a bit flatter, but again he was late in setting off.
The ball just seems to be following him at the moment. The one on the previous occasion, Prasad cutting it off in front of him, and this one, as you said, flatter, so it got to him quicker. Unlike the previous opportunity where the ball hung in the air a bit longer. Ramkissoon here being quite watchful, just punching into the offside, and no run. So at the end of 15 overs, the Titan Advocate Lawyers team are 76 for 2 in pursuit of 128 for victory, bragging rights and a trophy on demand here and in the bag for one of these two teams. The same stage after 15 overs, the Doctors were 35 for 2. So the Lawyers are 41 runs to the good. Same 2 wickets down. And with that, it's the halfway mark of the reply, innings by the Titan Advocate Lawyers. We're going to have a bit of a hydration break, a break for some well-needed hydration in this heat. And while the players avail themselves of a needed break, we ourselves here on broadcast are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in about 2 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to the Sir Frank Warren Memorial Ground here at the Sports and Physical Education Center at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus in eastern Trinidad for this invitational match between the Titan Advocate Lawyers team versus the Doctors, National Doctors team. A 30 over affair. And just to remind you, as we come back in after the water break, and Dr. Parasram takes the attack up from the southern end. Gino Maharaj on strike. The lawyers, Titan Advocate Lawyers, are 76 for 2 after 15 overs. They are actually in pursuit of 128, 127 made by the Doctors when they took strike, 127 for 6. When they took strike first, of course, they would have won the toss, would have the Doctors, and they chose to bat first, putting up a good score of 127. But Sochan and Naveen Maharaj have made it to look like an easy score, getting the Titan Advocate Lawyers off to a bit of a flyer, and continued by Gino Maharaj and their skipper Ramkisoon. Ramkisoon's been watchful since he's come to the crease. As we see some shots here of the southern end of the ground here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Field. And, Dr. Parasram on that good line and length there, just outside the off stump of Gino Maharaj, who is swung at a couple. And you see shots here of Stefan Ramkisoon standing at the non-striker's end. And again, on a good line and length, not giving much room. And this is known by Dr. Parasram. He generally bowls straight lines and gets the odd one to turn, flights the odd one as well. So keeping it tidy here is Dr. Parasram. Dr. Ranjiv Parasram standing behind the stumps. Here's Amit Ramratan. As we see here, some shots of the pavilion, and on that eastern locker room would be the Lawyers team. Of course, they're mixing and mingling as we come to the end of the 16th over. The Titan Advocate Lawyers have progressed nicely to 76 for 2, but a maiden over to restart by Ranjiv Parasram. You see here the Titan Advocate team padded up there, waiting to come in. A couple of their batters. Looks like Bridgelal is going to continue from this northern end. Just a quick look around the field. As Stefan Ramkisoon, the right-handed Stefan Ramkisoon, takes a strike. There's a fine leg, a short fine leg, a square leg, a short mid-wicket, and a long on the onside. On the offside, there is a backward point, a cover, and a short extra cover. And there's also one Vashish Prasad on the long off boundary. So pretty much a 5 by 5. Starts on a good length here, does Bridgelal, and just drawing Ramkisoon forward, who punches back into that short cover region where Anton Julian does the cleaning up. As we see here, this is a Canada Hall, one of the halls of residence here at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. And many of our Jamaican friends who may have studied here at this campus would know that hall well. Here's one staying on that good length and a good line. Just a bit short on this occasion is Bridgelal. And Ramkisoon just punching back into the short cover region. Well, flight to delivery, a full toss on this occasion. One bounce into the mid-wicket, the wide long on and mid-wicket region. And Ramkisoon, skipper Stefan Ramkisoon, picks himself up a well-needed boundary here to keep the score ticking over. And with that one, the Titan Advocate Lawyers moved themselves on to 80 for 2 in pursuit of 128 for victory. So the target now officially under 50 runs needed, and their current run rate just under 5 to the over. Required run rate creeps below 4 for the first time. And Ramkissoon here is just pressing forward and tucking into that short mid-wicket region. So Canada Hall here, recently renovated, having a wild swipe, bringing that front foot forward was Ramkissoon, on a wild swipe, taking an under edge and going away on the leg side, fielded in the short fine leg area, and they pick up a 1 run. Canada Hall, of course, an all-male hall, and recently renovated these nice buildings that you see. Were not always there about 5 years ago. Here's Gino Maharaja swinging at this one and taking the inner portion of the bat and squirting away down to the backward square region and adding 1 more to the total. So at the end of 17 overs, the Titan Advocate Lawyers move on to 82 for 2. And I've been left all alone in the commentary box here as these beautiful shots here of the university campus. This is the back of the Student Activity Center and the car park that sits at the back of the Student Activity Center. Upstairs in this building there are a couple of classrooms and also 1 or 2 of the Guild of Students offices are in the upper portion of this building. The lower portion is where the locker rooms sit. The locker rooms and dressing rooms and showers sit in that area. As Dr. Ranjiv Parasram continues from the southern end, this one on a good length, striking Gino Smith on Gino Maharaj, I beg your pardon, on the pad. Loud appeal from behind the stumps, but no real appeal from anyone else. Quite hopeful on this occasion because Gino Maharaj was well forward and possibly outside of his off stump by the time he was struck. Here's a fuller delivery, played uppishly and well held out there on the long on boundary. And that is Lynch on the long on boundary. He did well, first of all, to take the catch with his hands up above his head, and then did quite well to actually hold his balance as his momentum was carrying him back to the rope, and a little bit of a dance in front of his colleagues sitting in the doctor's dressing room area, dugout area, and probably to say to the Titan Advocate Lawyers on the other side, hey, I've got one here, you all are in some trouble. We're not here to play, we're here to win that trophy on offer. So with the fall of that wicket, Titan Advocate Lawyers 82 for 3. So we wait some confirmation of the new batter to take the crease. Of course, lots of cricket going on around the world. Mentioned to you in the first innings about Australian women finally getting back to winning ways, and even a century from number 2 all-rounder in the world, Nat Siva, 111, I beg your pardon, from 91, and 60 from 66 from Tammy Beaumont could not help the England women to win that second ODI in the women's Ashes. So Australia, by virtue of that win today, Australia women retaining the Ashes. Of course, Afghanistan and Bangladesh also locked in a bilateral series, and today Bangladesh would have won by 6 wickets with 5 balls to spare, 20 over affair. So lots of cricket being played around the world, and the player of that series, none other than Shakib Al Hassan, who is back to playing. And it's good to see Shakib playing again. 2 for 15 when he bowled and 18 and not out to carry Bangladesh over the 117 run target. Here's Parasram, and in and out Dr. Arnold Ram, Mr. Arnold Ram, who's the new batter who's come to the crease. And with that sweep across to the leg side, they would have completed the 2 runs. So 2 more added to the total. Even with the fall of the wicket, the Titan Advocate Lawyers here finding a way to keep their score ticking over. As we see here, umpire Avinash Narain, bowler Ranjiv Parasram, and the skipper of the Titans outfit, the Titan Advocates outfit, Stefan Ramkisoon, who's at the non-striker's end. And Parasram in again. This one down the leg side, and just tucked away forward of a square on the leg side, but there's no run as the fielder running around from backward square leg does the cleaning up and keeping the scoreboard at bay. So with all the cricket around the world, cricket here even at the Sir Frank Worrell ground, there's a loud appeal struck on the pad. There was a Arnold Ram, but unfortunately from our vantage point here, it seemed to be pitching outside the leg stump, and a right hand over the wicket to a left-handed batter. It's always going to be difficult because you're possibly always going to be pitching outside that leg stump. Parasram, however, is one of those bowlers who can pitch on middle stump and keep it straight. Here's one again down the leg side a bit and tucked away. A nice looking sweep shot from Arnold Ram, and doing the clean up there is the short fine leg fielder running around to clean up. So at the end of 18 overs, 85 for 3 are the Titan Advocate Lawyers. 3 runs coming from that over and the wicket. So their current run rate has now just dipped below 5, 43 from 72 deliveries, 12 overs to go, 43 runs is still to get for the Titan Advocate Lawyers at a required run rate of under 4 runs and over. So 3.5, just about 3.5 the required run rate. Bridgelal continues from the northern end. As the skipper places himself down here at the long off boundary. Ravi Rupnarayan, I beg your pardon. And some lovely scenes of the commentary team, and as evidence, as I've said, I've been left alone here for the moment. My co-commentator Kadir has left me to go do some camera work, and good camera work by Kadir, picking me up there unannounced and unexpectedly. Here's the one by Bridgelal down the leg side, tucked around the corner by Ram, and it is going to find its way really close to that fine leg boundary, and it crosses the boundary now, signaled by umpire Wilson. 4 more runs added to the total. So scoring becoming really easy here now for the Titan Advocate Lawyers, even with the fall of their 3rd wicket in the previous over. They are marching along smartly and taking this one probably not to the high court, but back to the pavilion in a winning ways. There's one down the leg side again from Bridgelal, who changes his angle going around the wicket, and even with that one down the leg side, just tucked into backward square region, cleaned up by Ranjiva Parasram. 1 more added to the total, bringing Lawyers a skipper Stefan Ramkisoon on to strike. Of course, all the cricket around the world, the Indian women and the Bangladesh women locked in a bilateral series, and get this, the Indian women lost today to the Bangladesh women. As we see a change in the field, the deep mid wicket goes out, and Anton Julian is moved from a mid wicket into short cover, and the backward square fielder is brought to that short mid wicket region. So a long on, a short mid wicket, and a deep mid wicket on the leg side with a backward square. So this one is a punch to long off by Stefan Ramkisoon, one just back of a good length from Bridgelal, and allowing Stefan Ramkisoon just to stand tall on it, hit it on the up and punch it down to that long off area. 1 run added. So the 100 runs are fast approaching here for the Titan Advocate Lawyers. This is a good from Bridgelal, just angling this one in, attempting to hold the line and straighten. And Arnold Ram firmly forward down on one knee and playing back to the bowler. And this one down the leg side again and hiked away. It's actually signaled wide by the umpire. I thought there may have been some bat on it, but umpire Wilson is in the best position and he adjudged it wide. So the wide and the one added to the total. So scoring really and truly easy here for the Lawyers. Here's one pushed up delivery flatter on this occasion from Bridgelal and punched back to short extra cover by Ramkisoon, bringing to a close the end of the 19th over. At the end of 19 overs, the Lawyers, the Titan Advocate Lawyers at the end of 19 are 93 for 3. So just to go back to that bilateral series with Afghanistan and Bangladesh, of course Bangladesh winning the 2 T20I games and winning that series 2-0 by virtue of 119 for 4 inside the 17 overs. A Duckworth Lewis adjusted game, a loss of 3 overs in that T20. And Bangladesh now look forward to facing New Zealand in the month of September as Parasram continues from the southern end, just hanging that ball outside the off stump, pushing it across with the angle, pushing it across Arnold Ram, and well taken by Amit, who is standing behind the stumps. There's a well-flighted delivery, and Ram is half forward and has a swing at it, probably playing slightly across the line and missing on this occasion. And wicket-keeper Amit taking a smart one. As you see here, that's the salmon tree. One of the salmon trees, one of the many salmon trees that's around the University of the West Indies. There is, of course, one on the other end behind the university's activity center. Well forward is Ram and taking the inner half of the bat and running down to short fine leg, thinking of a single but a none on offer. Ram again down the leg side. This time a sweep shot by Ram. Not sure he got any bat on it, but it's running perilously close to that fine leg boundary. It doesn't get to the boundary. It's cleaned up there by the skipper himself, Rupnarain, and it's a signal buys now by umpire Narain. So 2 buys added to the total. So getting a bit untidy here are the Doctors, and leaking runs plenty. And moving the score on to 97 for 3, I beg your pardon. Of course, it's not shown. We don't have the use of the old scoreboard here that sits on the eastern end. A scoreboard that has been here from inception of this field back in the early 2000s. Here's one again, a straightish delivery from Parasram, touching down on and about middle stump. And well forward is Arnold Ram. The old scoreboard, well, I say old scoreboard in terms of its style. That's almost a chalkboard where you actually write the scores on the board, and it would have been put in here when this facility was renovated. Here's one slogged into the mid-wicket area. 2 fielders converging down there in the mid-wicket area, and Lynch, one of them, running around from long on and unable to haul it in and complete the catch, and they would complete 1 run. So Arnold Ram, another one added to his total. He's on 11 from 14. The skipper Stefan Ramkisoon now on 8 from 15, steady going by him. And at the end of a 20, the Titan Advocate Lawyers in pursuit of 128 now sit at a 98 for 3. So just 30 runs are needed and a full 10 overs to go. So 30 from 60 deliveries. The requirement, the run rate, the current run rate 4.9, and the required run rate 3, exact 3 runs to the over. So nothing untoward and no risks are really needed by the Titan Lawyers outfit. Some steady batting as they have done so far. And of course, in that Bangladesh-Afghanistan series, the ODI series was actually won by Afghanistan 2-1. So the one-off test match as well would have been won by Bangladesh by a whopping 546 runs. So a lot of cricket being played around the world as Prasad continues from the northern end, the gymnasium end, and pitching down the leg side immediately, signaled wide by umpire Wilson. This is the pavilion where the players sit, a pavilion that also houses the umpires, the scorers, and the media from time to time. One slogged away into the leg side by Ram. Not much timing on it, and it just trickles away to Anton Julian there at long on. Does the cleaning up, and just one more added to the total. Prasad going over the wicket to the right-handed Stefan Ramkissoon, and again pitching too wide for the liking of umpire Wilson. As we see here, Rajiv Rupnarayan, skipper of the Doctors team, on his haunches here, and possibly just a bit of the heat and the combination of that along with possibly being on the losing end in this one. Here's one hit hoiked away to him wide long on, and the skipper Rupnarayan actually doing the fielding here. So one skipper to another. Stefan Ramkissoon hoiking away to the leg side, and Ravi Rupnarayan and doing the fielding at a wide long on. Just a push the game as deep as possible. There's a full delivery, Yorker length on those toes, and almost to his ankles, and he did well, did Ram, to get the bat down, for he might have been hit on those ankles, and punching it into the leg side. Parashram does the cleaning up, but allowing them nonetheless to come through for one, and singles definitely will do it, because they only need 12 runs to gain the victory here. So left-handed Jaglal, here's one punching straight onside, picked up by Prasad at long on. Another one added to the total, so make that 11 now needed, and there's still some 5 overs on 3 deliveries to go. So a required run rate of just 2 runs needed. Here's Ram punching down to, let's open the face of the bat, and turning this one down to third man. Lynch does the cleaning up, but the throw is wild and well backed up by Prasad on the long on boundary. For had he not backed up there, possible second run was on offer. So continued sunny conditions. Of course, the shadows lengthening as we get into the evening part of the Sunday. Here's one well played, getting in and behind. This one is a Ram, who, I beg your pardon, who is a Jaglal, who has just come to the crease. He's only faced 3 deliveries so far. And for all you tennis fans out there, news coming out of Wimbledon earlier in the day. Here's one flicked away backward of a square. It is going to run close. It trickles into the rope now, and just a recovery duty there by that fielder. So 4 more runs are added to the total as signaled by umpire Wilson. And with those 4 runs, 122 now at the end of 25 overs. 122 for 4, just 6 runs, just 1 hit needed by the Titan outfit to ensure a victory. Bragging rights and their hands on the silverware. And when I left home this morning, Novak Djokovic versus Carlos Alcaraz, number 1 and number 2 players in the world. Alcaraz number 1, Djokovic number 2. And Djokovic was leading 3-love in the first set when I left home this morning. And would you believe it, after a second set tiebreaker where Alcaraz would have won a 7-6, he has gone on to claim Wimbledon. Carlos Alcaraz 1-6, 7-6, 6-1, 3-6, and 6-4. So the young Spaniard, just 20 years of age, who many think is the heir apparent to Rafa Nadal, who is on the back end of his tournament. I still believe he has some way to go to get to the level and caliber of the great Rafa Nadal, but definitely another Grand Slam to his name, Carlos Alcaraz. So congratulations to him, and of course congratulations to the Spanish and Spain population and all the fans of Alcaraz. And well played to Novak Djokovic, who still will go down as one of the greats of the modern era. Here's one just outside the off stump, having a swipe across the line is a Ram, and no contact made, loud appeal, but no signal from umpire Avinash Narain. Novak Djokovic will definitely go down as one of the greats of the modern era. 22 Grand Slams to his name. 21 to Rafa Nadal and 20 to Roger Federer. Definitely wonderful signs for the modern era of tennis. Of course, Federer would have retired. Rafa Nadal on the back end of his career, probably, and of course, injury plagued in the last couple of years. And he said that he'll give it a go as best as he can. Of course, Novak Djokovic is still very much fit, as this one is pulled away down to square leg by Ram, and they trod through and jogged through. An early Sunday evening jog through for a single, carrying the score to 123 for 4. Some of the facilities here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, I don't think we'll be needing those lights, as just the 4 runs needed, and tucked away into the lake side. I beg your pardon, 5 runs needed. I don't think we'll be needing those floodlights today, but definitely world-class facilities here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. And wonderful camera work being done here by my co-commentator Kadir Mohammed and our regular cameraman, the senior citizen, Mr. Alwin Bonyo. So at the end of 26, the golf cart goes around at the end of 26 overs. The Titan Advocate Lawyers are well on their way, 123 for 4, just on the brink of the bragging rights. Just one hit away would really secure it for them. One boundary hit would tie the scores. One over the boundary would take them well past that 128 required. As the sun visits us here inside our broadcast tent. So bowling change, Vinash Radikisuna at the northern end, and he's a struck immediately. So this one is definitely not over. It's not by a long stretch. By the doctors are still fighting here, and just ambling in the tall lad, just pitching on a good line and holding that line, pitching middle stump and straightening with the arm. The angle going across the left-hander, but straightening and probably going on to hit that middle stump, as judged by umpire Wilson, who is sent the batter on their way. So the doctors are making a fight of it here. So Radikisuna striking with his first delivery here, and giving some impetus and some hope here for the doctors. Still some 5 runs needed, and now 5 wickets down. So can the doctors find a way to stretch this one out with still 3.5 plus overs, 3 overs and 5 deliveries? In fact, that's a little bit more than 3.5 overs. But can the doctors find a way to stretch out these remaining 3 and some overs? So Radikisuna continues, just waiting a bit of confirmation on the batter to take a strike. Radikisuna just off of about a couple of steps into the crease, a flat one, and at the stumps is Radikisuna trying to slug sweep is the new batter, and not making any contact, being struck on the pad. A really dangerous shot for someone who, even though he's tall, is Radikisuna. He does bowl very flat, not giving any flight. There's one outside the off stump, and a very dangerous ploy as you come in attempting a sweep shot or playing across the line to a bowler like Radikisuna, who is bowling a straight and attacking those stumps. Here's one outside the off stump, and a wild swing at it, and umpire Wilson judged that to be too wide, as Taklal Singh is the batter who's come in. He had a good spell with the ball earlier in assisting the Titan Advocate Lawyers to restricting the doctors to 83 for 3 inside their 25, 85 for 4 inside their 25 overs, and then the onslaught came on the back end, carrying them to 127, I beg your pardon. Here's one just on a good length and allowing Taklal Singh to just rock back and punch to the point fielder. There's one and swung away down to the mid-wicket region. It's going to run perilously closer, but well done by the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, keeping it just to 1 run. And in fact, that may stretch the game on even that much longer. That good bit of fielding out at the deep mid-wicket, because he was at straightish mid-wicket and he had to run about 10 yards around the bend like a 200-meter runner to the boundary rope to collect that ball, and he did so and got it out immediately. Just 1 run. Now one cut away, backward of square, well fielded in the gully there by Lynch, and he was actually standing at a wide gully position, and he made his way 2-3 steps and dived away, and no run added, and 126 at the end of the 27th over. So still 2 runs needed by the Titan Advocate Lawyers team, and it seems like they want to do it in singles, but a wicket here by the Doctors may send some shock waves and some shivers and some nerves into that Titan unit. So the bowler at the southern end, so Gopal is going to be taking up the attack from the southern end, and pretty much the writing's on the wall with just 2 runs needed, nothing too risky needed here by these batters. And having said that, as a wild swipe and a chance of a run out at the striker's end if he hits, and he doesn't, and the ball not collected by the bowler and allowing that 1 run. So Jaglal playing a wild sweep shot here, probably expecting the ball to turn or not knowing which way the ball is going to turn, having a wild swipe at it, and a really nonsensical shot, and he was almost down on his derriere, and the non-striker Taklal Singh wanted the single and was halfway down the pitch before the attempt at the non-striker's end, but not collected cleanly by the bowler Gopal. So scores are tied, and here's a wild swing again by Taklal Singh. He wants to get this over and done with, and he might be better served just playing the ball on merit and just getting into line and tucking away into one of the many gaps. Here's one hoiked away over mid-wicket. Is it going to run into the boundary? It doesn't matter, because they have completed the 1 run and they're coming back for 2, and with that it carries the score on to 129 for 5, and with that brace it has been completed, where the Advocate Lawyers, the Titan Advocate Lawyers have completed after 27.3 overs, victory over the Doctors by 5 wickets. So by our estimation and our software here that we use as the commentary team, Naveen Maharaja with his 25 from 34 and his 2 overs 1 for 1, by our estimation is the player of the match, and definitely well bowled by Naveen. He did some good of outfielding down here on the boundary as well in front of us, and then a very steady 25 from 34 deliveries, really just giving that impetus into the innings, he being more the anchor, whilst his opening partner would have gone after the bowling. His opening partner Sochan, who would have played a shorter ball, and after a slow start he would have found his footing and connected with many. As we see here, the Doctors and the Lawyers shaking hands, 2 relatively opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to careers, but nonetheless played in good spirits this one. The Titan Advocate Lawyers outfit, one of the many outfits within the Lawyers fraternity, Of course, separate and apart from the Trinidad and Tobago Lawyers Cricket Association. And then, of course, the doctors, made up of doctors from the north and from the south, who would have played in the Doctors North-South Classic back in May, and played in all good spirits. But the news here from the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the Sports and Physical Education Center at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus is that the Titan Advocate Lawyers have won this encounter, a 30-over encounter, after 27.3 overs by 5 wickets, getting to 129 after 27.3 overs, overhauling the 127 for 6 inside 30 overs put on by the doctors. So bragging rights for the Titan Advocate Lawyers, and their hands on the silverware, a trophy on offer. But having said that, it's definitely been a pleasure being with you on Cricket 360 TV. On behalf of Borneo, Kevin, Kim, and Kadir, the entire production team here at Cricket 360 and 360 TV, we wish you and bid you adieu, and hope to see you again sometime soon for some more exciting local cricket. Kadir, I'll see you in the Oval on Thursday. That's all for now from us at Cricket 360. Have a good afternoon, everyone.